Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the greatest gaming podcast ever. Just kidding, guys. So welcome, guys, to show this week. If this is your first time here on Oz the Wiz Pod, glad to have you. Hit the like and the subscribe button. And yeah, we try and give you the greatest show on earth. All players are welcome. This is a grift-free zone. A console warring free zone. Well, no, we participate in console warring here regularly. We are a old school centric gaming channel, but like yeah, in moderation, right? If you objective, this is the right place to be. Arindra. Okay, so first time I see this person on our channel. Please help me pronounce your excuse me, your name. Is it Narendra? Narendra, can't pronounce the rest of that. He says, "Are you a PlayStation fan?" I am a gaming fan. Just to give you a breakdown, I primarily game on Steam and PC currently, but I was supporting Xbox in that previous or in the current generation of consoles. I bought a Series X. Before that, I had a PS4 and I had an Xbox One and a 360. So my gaming is all over the place. I play games wherever they are, but I used to be a very staunch Xbox fan. Now, not so much anymore. But I do dabble in a lot of Sony stuff. So welcome. Glad to have you with us for the first time on the channel. I'm joined today by Taye. Taye, you're there, bro? Okay, I think Taye has stepped away. He did say that he has something to go and check on before the show starts. So, guys, today's show, as you might have seen from the thumbnail, we're going to be focusing or talking about Xbox. So we talk a lot about Xbox because of the fact that like Xbox, go back the last 6 months. I challenge everyone or anyone that's been in this gaming space for the last 6 months. Go look who has had the hottest headlines just this year alone. Before, let me not even say 6 months, just this year alone. Look at who's had or who's monopolized the headlines for the last year or the last couple of months this year. It's always been Xbox. Xbox seems to be the only one of the big three that actually has news out on a regular basis. There's always something happening in that space, better or for worse, depending upon how you feel about the Xbox brand. But the one thing I appreciate about Xbox is that they've kept us whelmed this generation with news. We are now, like, every week when I think there's no news, Xbox drops something. And that's what we're going to be focusing on today, ladies and gents. So Xbox, there was actually quite a few stories that came out about Xbox this week, courtesy of Asha Sharma and some of the drastic decisions that she's made over at Xbox. And Ty and I are going to discuss this because we share very different opinions when it comes to this. There is no kumbaya holding hands in terms of like when we discuss these subjects. Most of the time, we are on very opposite fences or opposite sides of the fence when we discuss these. So be sure that you're going to have yourself a very, a very real conversation about the recent moves that Asha has made. Look, as a former Xbox or an Xbot, let me not even say Xbox fan. I was an Xbot, proudly so. As a former Xbot, look, I have thoughts like but the one thing I just caution everyone that's excited again about this is that don't listen to the guys that have dealings with Xbox or that deal directly with Microsoft and the Xbox brand. The guys that were on that little what is that little poster card, what was it? That gift card that they sent to Asha Sharma that she used as her head for on Twitter. Don't listen to those guys if you want an objective opinion. This is just me saying
Who's Narendra?
Someone new.
Oh, Narendra. Asha, are you a PlayStation fan?
I explained to Narendra that how we roll here. This is neutral territory. Are you a PlayStation fan? Let me ask you. Maybe I have a different.
I'm a gaming fan. So, but you could say I lean towards Xbox. Now the question is why. I leaned more towards Xbox because I'm a fan of innovation and creativity, and I also do like people who are trying to change things up, right? So obviously with Xbox coming in with two consoles, the Xbox Series X and S, that was different. I thought that was pretty cool. Coming in with cloud gaming, that's different. That's cool. Coming in with Game Pass as a subscription service, that's pretty cool as well. So overall, I liked what they were doing from a business perspective. With Sony, what I liked about what they were doing was they were actually innovating within their devices. So the haptic feedbacks on the PS5 controller and the what's the other one called? The triggers. There was two things. The
Yeah, I know
vibration.
what you're talking about, but yeah.
So like, I mean, I love Sony for doing that. I think that's great, and I think whenever these companies decide to innovate, because I think for example, the first clickable thumbsticks was PlayStation, and we all use that. Xbox, Nintendo, we all use that to to zoom into to shoot enemies and things like that. Shoulder buttons was Nintendo, but Sony said, "Yo, let's put 4 on this, right?" So then we
Sorry
got
to
4.
interrupt you there for a sec.
I
Rachel,
knew you were
welcome.
gonna say something. Go on.
No. I'm not disputing anything you're saying. I just wanted to, because I see Rachel says he has spotty Wi-Fi, so he will disconnect soon. Rachel, glad to have you with us. Yeah, like dude, like even if you just passively, listen to the pod, always happy to have you. Taye, please go on.
Yeah, so we got the shoulder buttons from PlayStation, primarily, at least the way we use them today. I know these guys.
Well, yeah, I need to come in. Like I need to.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, who could have the shoulder buttons?
Don't. It was Nintendo with the Super Nintendo.
Yeah. 2. Nintendo had 2, and Sony gave us 4.
Well, we could argue that what was on the N64. Okay, cool. So, oh yeah, I know. Yeah, you can say that they added 2 extra ones, but come on, the whole idea that was Nintendo's whole flow. Like Nintendo can say that about so many things. That you stole my whole freaking flow. Like what's that whole Soldier Boy meme? They can say that about almost every technical. And again, I don't want to argue. I don't want to get into this with you, Ty. But like they can say that about most innovations.
Oh no, but you see, I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Fire away.
Get your bars. That's what I'm saying. Is that everything like that anyone else has done? Nintendo can look at them and give them the side eye and say, "Bro, that's my whole freaking flow." I did that first.
No, I agree. But what I was saying was like we iterate, like we take something and then we improve on it. So Nintendo gave us 2, perfect, and then Sony said let's 4. Nintendo gave us the joystick. I mean, from a controller perspective, I think they're the first one to do it, and then Sony says, well, here's 2 joysticks, and you can also click them. I think Nintendo was officially the first one to release the vibration of the controller, and then Sony came out with the DualShock.
Yes, the Rumble Pack.
But
of course, with Nintendo, it's always a gift and a curse. I didn't know, because Nintendo 64 has never made it to my country. I didn't know that a Rumble Pack required separate batteries. I was like, what? Like that's such a Nintendo decision. So I still need to buy batteries for the Rumble Pack. Meanwhile, it plugs directly into a controller that's plugged into power. Wow. Like that sounds like a Duracell scam from Nintendo. But okay, cool. So since we're talking about PlayStation, what would you say, Ty, because we've talked about like PlayStation quite a bit, and I think to sort of like on Narendra here, what would you say? Because I don't know, Narendra, are you a PlayStation fan? Because you asked the question, we don't really know if you're asking because you're an Xbox fan or you like any other platform. But like, what would you say is Sony's greatest contribution to gaming?
Sony's greatest contribution to gaming is taking gaming from what it was.
No, in terms of no. We all agree that they changed the way that games are marketed and the like how they positioned. But in terms of let me say from not a technical perspective, because a lot of the stuff that you mentioned was just technical, but from is practical the right word? like tangible, like something that you can touch and feel today. Like we talk about Nintendo, we talk about like the fact that like 3D games, like from instance from Super Mario, we still feel those mechanical changes that they did. Like Nintendo, do like you can write a Bible in terms of like Nintendo's impact on gaming and what we feel today. But like, what would you say Sony's biggest contribution? But I don't want something that's just ambiguous in terms of industry. I want something that's
Tangible.
sorry, what did you
You
say?
know, something that's tangible.
Tangible. That's the word. Tangible.
You know, in from a tangible point of view, something that they did, like, you know, just them by themselves, is probably introducing the CD-ROM towards gaming, which allowed game
Oh.
developers to, you know, expand fully and make obviously Final Fantasy VII. And then once you start to make Final Fantasy VII, once you start to do a bit of Metal Gear Solid, it takes the industry to the next level. And I think Nintendo would have hamstrung the industry to some extent, at least from a commercial perspective. I think I mean, obviously now I'm going to like vague territory here, yeah. But I think without Sony, we don't have the same industry that we have today. And I think Sony was extremely instrumental in that. You can take away Xbox, I think we still end up more or less where we are. I think Xbox made things faster and better, but we still end up where we are overall. I guess you could say some contributions Xbox really did is, you know, I don't know if Sony would have been pushing online as much. Obviously, we take, like I said,
like
the same thing I said. We go on.
No, I was gonna say like when Nintendo was when Xbox was on fire, dude, with the 360 era, like the innovations just felt so natural. Like I would have never thought something like achievements would become like a reason why people play games. Like why entire channels are built around like achievement hunting. Like that Sony adopt everyone has achievements now. That is an Xbox. That is probably, you know, Microsoft can say whatever they like, but the amount of innovations that are popular that I don't even think registers in their corporate minds that Xbox is introduced into gaming are phenomenal. And achievements is one of them. Every single platform now uses achievements thanks to Xbox. Everyone right now is like the whole business is now skewed towards, because she said Asha Sharma, which we're going to talk about, ladies and gents, later on, said something important. And this is nothing new. The main thing of her whole speech, with all the decisions and stuff that she's made recently, the main thing that she announced or sort of said, like from her speech, like I think that was from her latest sort of like you know, feedback session, was the fact that like the most important thing, how they go, and I've always said this to you, is like, how do you measure your success? And then she clearly said that our metric for success going forward will be what is it, MAUs.
You
basically
mean, actually, no, she said daily active users.
Yeah, daily active users. That's what's going to drive their way forward. Look, I just feel that that's the same messaging as before. As someone that's looking at the bigger picture, that there's no change between that and what the goal for Sarah Bond and Phil Spencer was. They're still working on that. So sorry, like Rachel said something very interesting here. Do you know who Dr. Joseph Mortimer was? Granville, who invented the Rumble. Okay?
No.
So okay, that's new to me. That's interesting fact. I don't know. I'll go Google this person, Richie. I always love gaming trivia. So this is actually a very interesting tidbit of information. Thank you for that. He says the greatest, and I agree with him. Coming from a third world country, he says Sony's greatest contribution is that they made what was making easy hackable consoles. Yeah, so basically they made consoles hackable or easy to hack consoles, because Nintendo was on some Third Reich level when it came to that stuff, trying to hack Nintendo stuff. Everyone had a PlayStation because you didn't have to buy games. Everyone had a chipped PlayStation where you could get chipped games. And this, I'm just talking about South Africa. That is why a lot of people bought PlayStations. We didn't really do that because we hired our games and we hired our PlayStations. But a lot of the people that actually owned PlayStations that could afford one, they all had chipped PlayStations that were easy to hack. So you're spot on there. That is another thing that people ignore about the fact that why piracy was one of the reasons that Sony became so big. I don't think a lot of people talk about that. Good find, Rach. That's a good point. I didn't think about. Ty, anything else you want to talk about when it comes to Sony before we move on?
No, not necessarily. I think they shifted the industry in a good way. One of the things I said about the CD-ROM is, and I kind of pointed this out as well. With Final Fantasy VII, is that I think without Sony, it would have came out. It would have happened anyway. Like Richie's even saying right there that like Sega, like Sony wasn't the first one to do the CD-ROM. The Turbo Graph CD did it, and Sega had a CD-ROM before Sony. So once people start to say like this technology is actually cheaper and better, they would naturally gravitate towards it. And I feel like this reinforces kind of what I said with Final Fantasy VII. That like I just think it would have happened naturally. Because technology just improves. In the same way, I think online would have improved. Like as much as Xbox improved online, well, the truth is Sega was, had all their online systems in place. Sega set it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like again, a lot of people, if you follow gaming enough, you understand that there's nothing new in gaming. Tai, you do know that well, what is the first? Let me just ask you this, just to gauge in terms of like how far your knowledge goes. What is the first online connected console where you could play against someone using the internet?
Console. Like I know the Dreamcast was like the first one that was popular to do it. Yes. In terms of what was the one before that?
Yes. There was it wasn't just one, it was like several. But like Sega had a program in the 90s where you could download games online, just like how a normal store runs now. But if you had this was way even before Sega Net, which is what you're talking about on Dreamcast. This was on Sega Genesis. You could download games online, and they had if I remember correctly, they had certain services that even allowed you to play with people online. So like Sega did the whole online thing, in the 90s. This is like 1993, 1994 with the Sega Genesis. They had I think I forgot what it was called, but you could buy a cartridge that could connect you online, and then you you put it onto your Sega Genesis or Mega Drive, and then that will enable you to do all those online things and download games and update and do all that stuff. And this was like way before like online was even a major thing. So they were always experimenting, which is good for Sega, but that was also one of the biggest downfalls. So CD, going back to CD as well, Sega had, that they had the Sega CD, which came out around, I think, 92 or 93, which could already do a lot of the things that CDs do. In other words, you could get full motion video that you couldn't get on cartridges. You could get like better sounding music and all these all these things that became big when Sony entered the fray. But Sega had already sort of like drip introduced them, but they just didn't execute them very well.
Yeah, I think apart from the execution, it's just like technology. Technology isn't really there. It's a lot harder to kind of to close off. One of the things that Xbox did with Xbox 360 was that they I think it was like they forced it to be broadband. So they were like, you can't do the dial-up stuff now. Financially, that would have been like, yo, but we're going to exclude some people. They're like, yeah, but this needs to work well, because if it doesn't work well, then it turns people off. So you gotta make sure like somebody sees this and they see it working well, and then they realize like, oh, okay, I need to step up the internet. And this is where technology goes hand in hand, because if broadband doesn't happen or get better or becomes cheaper, then no one has this. But luckily, obviously they had the foresight to see that like, yo, broadband is gonna be a thing. Everyone's gonna be using broadband. We're gonna be living in the internet age, and voila.
Yeah, like, and again, like geez, like it's so hard. Like it's easy to predict patterns today because you just have to look at algorithms. But back then, you really had to be a person that's living the future for you to see these things taking off or becoming popular, including CDs, because the fact that, like, again, it's a system that's not broken. But from a business perspective, it always comes down to cost. Like whatever is the most cost-effective technology that is the most accessible to most people, I found that it's typically what ends up taking off, which to me makes Sony's rise not so weird, like unconventional. They didn't do anything really unconventional. They just made sure that gaming appealed to the broadest of the demographic that were able to afford consoles at the time. And one of the things that they did is that, like, the way and again, I don't want to. I know the parameter I set that I want direct impact
Asha, she kind of
Sony
button.
had, but sorry,
Your button.
is it?
Oh wait, shit. It's better. Okay, keep going. I think it's still button.
Okay, wait. Let me just make sure that my internet is fine. Just tell me if it continues.
It's kind of there. It's not like at a high level, but like it's there. You there? Oh. Okay. Well, I think Asha's internet. Sorry, I think Asha's internet isn't working. So, I guess I'll be running the show, which is gonna be hard. I don't really have my voice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, man. Like,
No,
I
you're
think
back
there
to
is
normal
some, yeah, I think there's some interference, but I don't know why. Like, everything, I just
seem
wanted to
okay
have
now.
it back. Yeah, that's weird. So, anyways, just long story short, I was just saying before I got cut off that I just feel that Sony's, in terms of material effect, it grew up gaming. Gaming went from being a cartoon, just like, you know, we make platformers, to you being able to play movie games. It took gaming to the next level of entertainment. It leveled it up where it could be compared with the hottest music CD or the hottest movie blockbuster that came out. And you could say that about Final Fantasy, games like Metal Gear. You had games like Resident Evil. It grew up the industry. It gave us entertainment at the same level as what you saw in cinema or on your TV. Would you agree?
Yeah, you were kind of button there again.
Jeez. Okay. But did you hear my point? Question in terms of,
I
like,
heard like 87% of it. What you're trying to say is that like PlayStation coming to the industry and took us to the next level. Is that what your overall point was?
It took us to, like, the level where, I mean, gaming, like, hands down now dominates movies and music. I don't think it would have been possible without Sony, because I think Nintendo and Sega were happy with gaming being in a niche where it was considered like a separate thing. Like, you think about entertainment, you didn't think about gaming in the same vein that you thought about, like, Michael Jackson's latest music or the latest Jerry Bruckheimer or Michael Bay movie back in the day.
Do you know what? Before we continue, maybe turn off your internet and turn it back on. I mean, like, I can hear you, and I'm sure everyone else can. It's just that, like, it's if it's gonna be like this, then it might.
Or is it that bad?
It's not that bad, but it's like maybe 80% of what you're saying carries over, and the 20% gets cut off, like it bots.
Well, that's what
I think a restart might, like, turn off your internet and put it back on. That might actually make it better.
Okay. So
I guess
I don't want to do what happened last time, because my problem is if I turn it off I don't want what happened last time to happen, where it just kicks me out and then it ends the stream.
Well, no,
But
but
okay, cool.
I'm saying end the stream. I'll start
Is it?
again. Yeah, like just start a whole over again. You know, we got time.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's see what happens.
So you guys, yeah, we're gonna end the stream and then we'll be back.
You guys will let me know if you can hear me. I think we're back. We're live. I see your chats. That's awesome. The only person that's not on here now is Tai. Let's see if I can't get Tai. If you are in the chat, please jump back on. Okay, no, I fixed the problem. The problem was very specific, actually. It should be addressed now. So Ty, I'm sure you can use the same link to jump back on. Richie says Sony's greatest contribution is that they made hackable consoles. I did agree with you there, Richie. Richie also wanted to say, what was the first? Oh no, that was Ty. TurboGrafx CD. Yes, that's true. Like TurboGrafx was there way before. Also, Sega. Yeah, Sega CD-ROM. One of the things that sunk them as a business. They were there first. They actually came up with CD-ROM way ahead of time, which is what scared Nintendo to making the deal with Sony, which ended up giving us the PlayStation. Isn't gaming law fun? Like such weird connections. Fuzzy, welcome, Fuzzy. With a little bit of a technical issue, but we're back on. Um, so now I'm just trying to find out where Taye is. I'm trying to get him back on because since I restarted, I cannot see him on the stream. Let me see if I can message him. But you guys are right. So, guys, what we're talking about is that we had a new member join, and they asked us if we're a PlayStation fan. So we just started talking about PlayStation and just started throwing out some cool um, trivia about PlayStation. So I asked Taye this question, which I'll ask to the chat again: is what do you think was Sony's greatest contribution to gaming? So I was explaining what I thought was Sony's greatest contribution before we had issues with internet to Taye. So basically, what I said was I believe that Sony's greatest contribution to video games is probably making and I said it must be tangible. So by tangible is it must be something that you can measure, right? So it's probably taking games from being platformers and all these obscure genres that appeal to, like, us nerds, and making it mainstream, making it the same, or putting it in the same vein as CDs or music, as well as movie, films, and TV. Do you guys agree that, like, Sony did it, gave it that Hollywood feel where your games now felt like Metal Gear and Final Fantasy. It felt like you were experiencing a medium that was competing with your new movies and your edgy music that we're listening to. It wasn't just Donkey Kong and Super Mario and freaking Sonic the Hedgehog and uh or what's another, like, Battle X. I'm just naming, like, generic 16-bit games at the time. So yeah. So Sony did that. Sony did that for gaming. So guys, just give me a second. I just want to check on Taye. While I check on Taye, what you guys are looking at in the back is the new Assassin's Creed game from. I need to share this. It's a new Assassin's Creed game from everyone's beloved Ubisoft. Screen. Okay, I just want to share something else. So this is Pragmata. How many of you are playing Pragmata as we speak or currently? No, this is not Pragmata. There we go. No, what is this? What is this? Oh, there we go. It is Pragmata. Oh, that was weird. Looked like Resident Evil. Okay, Capcom. So yeah. Anyways, guys, tell me what you think. What was, in your opinion, the thing that the thing that Sony changed about gaming that became so significant that it actually is shaping how we play games today? I just want to see if I can find Taye here. Taye. Um, All right, so we're back after that short break. Taye, are you
What's
able to
up?
hear me?
I can.
Yeah, no, I think we're good. I think we're good. I shared the wrong Pragmata screen here. So yeah, we're just concluding that conversation with the chat about like what was Sony's biggest contribution. So you heard what I said most. Like I said, like their biggest contribution was basically taking gaming to a level where it became like mainstream, that it could be compared to music
Mm-hmm.
and what we were getting in terms of movies as well at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree that like before that, gaming was more like a Toys R Us activity more than it was I would say, well, what was like HBO? Let me say HBO, because HBO has always been hot.
Um, yeah, so I would agree with you. I think Sony was instrumental in turning gaming into something that was seen as a toy, into something that was seen as more mature. However, I don't know if this might be
Yeah.
overstated, right? So, and here's where I come with that. Without Sony, Final Fantasy still would have been Final Fantasy. Now, you could say with the PlayStation, they made it, different, etc.,
Would
etc.,
they?
etc. Yeah, for sure. No, no, you could say
Hmm.
the console and the CD-ROM allowed Final Fantasy to be something unique, right? More, but I think that, remember the creators.
Well,
Mhm. Yo, Fuzzy, what's up?
I have a pushback there, but finish your point.
The creators of Final Fantasy VII, they knew what they wanted to make, right? The problem was the N64 wasn't good enough or strong enough. That doesn't mean when the Dreamcast came along or some other device that they wouldn't have made it, or they wouldn't have known that, you know what, within our constraints, this is what we want to make. And Crash Bandicoot is another example. Like, they had to do what they had to do because the console had limitations, and they had to work around it. Everyone has to work around these things. Everyone wants to make an amazing, AAA blockbuster games, but sometimes with the finance or the technology limitations, you just can't. It is what it
Okay,
is.
so again, this is well pushed back, and guys, we're not, trust me, we're not gonna get into the Final Fantasy thing again. I know you had to put up with us debating Final Fantasy for like 2 hours. So my where I disagree with you is that if, and I said this to you last week, is that if Nintendo would have marketed or was responsible for Final Fantasy and the publishing with Square, you would have gotten a completely different game. Like you would have gotten a game that was focused on more mechanical improvements versus being a Hollywood product. There's a reason, and again, there's another thing that you need to put into consideration. Sega was there. Sega had been there longer than Sony. Square Enix didn't go to Sega because I feel that Square Enix, where they were, and this was Sakaguchi, Hironobu Sakaguchi, where he was at that time, he wanted to transcend what gaming was, and he wanted to create something like same thing with Kojima. These were creators that wanted to do something that the current platform holders could not facilitate. I put it to you today that you could have not released Final Fantasy VII on PlayStation. Sorry, on Sega Saturn. Like there was no proposal made by Square Enix to say we want to go over to Sega Saturn. Just like they released a demo for the N64 and it looked completely different. It was a completely different game from what would be released for the PlayStation. So again, I'll say this: PlayStation saw the ambitions of the developers at that time and said, we could we are at the brink where we could take this mainstream, we could make this Hollywood. And it's that Hollywood pitch that I think nobody else would have been able to offer you in the industry. So basically what I'm saying, Jutai, without the PlayStation, Final Fantasy VII doesn't become the juggernaut that it became, that changed the entire generation and made JRPGs probably the most significant genre during that generation. That doesn't happen without PlayStation. It's not just CDs. It's the mentality of how PlayStation viewed entertainment at that time. They looked at gaming and they said this could be an extension of how we provide entertainment, not a way to sell toys. This is why the console doesn't look like a toy. It looks like an entertainment. It looks like a Walkman device. It looks like a Sony entertainment device.
Okay, well, let me flip it to you then. Do you think, yeah, that you as a child, you're playing your Game Boy, you're
Yeah.
playing your your NES, your Sega Saturn, whatever it is. If
Hmm.
PlayStation doesn't step into the industry, do you think you, like Nintendo predicts or they thought, you grow out of it?
I think I'm not as invested I was because I look at like and I don't know what games you were invested in the 32-bit era. I don't think that like I have a life like Metal Gear Solid changed how I view games. Final Fantasy VIII made me fall in love with JRPGs. I never played JRPGs before that. I didn't care for them. Um, I don't think I like my whole gaming would have been a thing that's more associated with
But
a video
before
game
you finish off,
experience.
Fuzzy. So what we're trying to say here is like I think it's kind of like a PlayStation. Like how important was PlayStation in the industry? And I think they were very important in the industry, more important than Xbox, right? I think Xbox pushed the industry forward, but I think PlayStation pushed it as well, like in a more meaningful way.
Hmm.
Xbox kind of pushed online, but like these things were already there. Like Sega already did online. It's just Xbox fine tuned it and made it special. Xbox did achievements, as Osha said. Um, but so I'm asking Osha a question now about like how important was PlayStation. I think Sony was great at bringing the casuals down because I think because of the marketing, they made it cool. So we brought a lot more people into
Hmm.
it. So the impact can't really
Yes,
be felt.
agreed.
But I think what I'm trying to say here is that I still think you still get Final Fantasy, you still get Crash, I think you still get GTA,
No,
you still get all these games
no,
because I don't think there's
no.
any game necessarily that somebody was like that somebody says, well, because of a PlayStation, I'm gonna make this game. I think in the industry, remember Nintendo didn't like Mortal Kombat, so you could say that Nintendo's trying to like tries to kind of block things off. So I could give you that. But I think if Sony doesn't step in, I think Sega's still around. I think
No,
Sega has enough to still be
no,
around.
no. Sega was still a very kiddie brand. They were still a very early teen brand. Because even with their whole black and silver sort of marketing, which was the anti-Nintendo thing, it still felt like a toy. Like a PlayStation felt like an entertainment system. Didn't feel like a toy like a Nintendo 64 or a Sega Saturn. So why I disagree with you, and I'll try and make this point as clear as possible, is you mentioned the fact that like, well, you still get like games like what did you say? You said Final Fantasy and all these other games and Crash without PlayStation, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
So my rebuttal against that there is that do you still think you get Halo without Xbox? Like the way that Halo has affected gaming?
I think you get Halo, but from what I remember, the reason why the gun system is the way it is because of the hardware limitations, right? So I don't know if
Well,
we actually get the way we actually play games now because Halo was influential there. But in terms of do we
so
get the game Halo? Yes.
yes, you're right. So who do you know who announced Halo first?
Apple wasn't it?
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs, yeah, Apple,
Do you know what the genre was of Halo when Steve Jobs announced it?
Mac.
No, the genre, like in terms of like what type of
Oh,
game was this? Like,
strategy.
yes, it was a strategy game.
Hmm.
So my whole point is that you still get Final Fantasy, but you get such a different version that the market, how you like its impact on the market is completely different because it's targeting a very completely sorry a very different business, a very different consumer.
Hmm.
Whereas when Halo came out on Xbox, like again, it was that could have never happened without Xbox being there, without Microsoft helping Bungie create that. You would have gotten something completely different in terms of a game. Same thing I'm saying with Final Fantasy. Sony being there was not just the catalyst; it was instrumental in ensuring that that game was different. Like sorry, it was the catalyst. It was the catalyst in the sense that it made sure that the game developed in such a way that it would never be able to develop under Sega
No, but you
or
sound like but so why I would even disagree with the Halo thing, and I think you're speaking at a grander scale, but like to hone in on Halo, and I think it actually kind of proves my point. Halo was a tactical game. However, the team wanted to add vehicles, the Warthog, and they wanted people to drive it. So they're like, okay, it's tactics, but we think driving live Warthog is actually kind of cool. So let's put that in the game. And then Marcos Letho, who was the art director, he designed Master Chief. So he was already like, this is like even before Xbox, like he just designed Master Chief. And then others in the studio were like, hey, let's do more hands-on gameplay, like it feels more fun this way. And then after they started doing more hands-on things, it was like, okay, let's just make it a third-person shooter. So now it's designed as a third-person shooter, and then from then on, they said, okay, you know what? Let's make it to a first-person shooter. This is not about Xbox. This is not about anything. So I'm saying
no, but
Halo
I do
exists.
think it's about Xbox because the final vision, like if you look at like and I remember the documentary I watched about this, like what Halo be like, even like how Halo launched, how it was finished as a game, how those resources were put together by Microsoft. Like there's so many things that Microsoft did to make sure there's a reason why Halo is tied directly to the identity of the Xbox. Like Microsoft was as instrumental on Halo becoming Halo as Bungie was. It's the same thing I say about Square Enix and Final Fantasy VII. Though, like PlayStation was just as instrumental in excuse me in in making Final Fantasy VII what it became, as much as Square was. Under Nintendo, it would have been a completely different product, and I will die on that lane. Um, yeah, like I really strongly feel that.
So you said that like Microsoft acquired Bungie in June 2000 for about 30 million.
Yeah.
Because they saw Halo as a strong game for the upcoming Xbox console. At that point, the game was already moving forward or had reached first person. Microsoft didn't force the first person
No,
change.
I'm not saying they did that. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, so they bought Sharma made an exclusive. The accelerated development caused a big crunch, 9 months, and locked it to Xbox and PC and PS2. In short, the creative pivot from strategy to third person and first person was Bungie's idea. Microsoft pushed a timeline and exclusive approach to it. That's
Yeah.
it.
So
Microsoft didn't do. Now it says Microsoft advertises like crazy. Yes, Microsoft aggressively advertised it with TV commercials, heavy focus on, and I think this is
yes,
the
but what
point.
I'm saying to you is that there was a lot of other decisions. Like if you, and again, this is on that you can just go and watch that Xbox 6 part documentary where they detail how Halo was brought onto the market. A lot of it had to do with a lot of technical things within Microsoft to make that happen. A lot of like how can I say, a lot of decisions had to be like Microsoft was just as instrumental in making sure that Halo was Halo by the time it launched as Bungie. And
From a
I
marketing
can't
point of
articulate.
view, from a marketing
No,
point.
not just marketing, from it being built. And I'm again, anyone that's
No,
seen
wait. To be clear, like this is what it's saying. It's saying that Microsoft saw Halo as a game that could help their new console, blah blah blah.
who's saying this? Are you reading this of AI?
Yeah, I did a quick Google search, and it
Okay,
said
cool. So it's fine.
it's saying
So I'm
that
saying do this. Go
it's saying
watch the
micro.
documentary.
Oh,
Go
I mean,
watch.
we can't do that. We can't do that now, but we got like people watching, so we gotta come to a conclusion, like But it's saying that Bungie was bought by Microsoft in 2000, and the game launched 2001. Like the game was already pretty much done. They were
No, it
just
wasn't done. But that's a big thing about it. That, and this is what the documentary covers, is that like the amount that was done, the amount of this is very similar to like how Sony
Mhm.
has a game like Stellar Blade, and then they bring in their Sony task team to come and make sure that that game is finished and it applies to certain conditions. Microsoft literally had to come in there and help that game be finished. Like Halo being released had a lot to do with Microsoft. And what I mean by that, it's just making it out of the gate from a technical perspective in terms of it shipping as a game. A lot of decisions had to be made from Microsoft side. That's why I say I recommend that because what AI will do is it will not introduce all the nuance that when you are listening to the guys who made the game being interviewed from Bungie explain to you why that game was impossible to ship for console and why Microsoft's involvement made that game possible to ship for console.
Okay.
Go check that out.
I still think we get. I still think we get Halo.
I no, but like again, one of the things that you always mention about Halo specifically is the two-gun thing, right?
No,
Which was a
I,
technical limited.
no, but I already I already covered that. I said that like because the Xbox console was not as powerful, we get that. So I so you're right. I don't think we get the innovation of that because that was not as a problem. But I do
Exactly.
think
So
Halo
now
itself comes out, the game, the music, all that
yes,
kind of stuff.
absolutely. No, but like again, that what is the main thing? Like outside music, like again, like we can argue about this back and forth, but like, do you think the music in Halo is as memorable or has lasted as long as the two-weapon decision?
No. But
And what
like
is the foundation of that decision
the limited power of the consoles.
of Xbox at the time,
Yeah,
right?
but like but do you not see what's happening here? Because your take is because this device was weaker, we got an innovative idea with Halo. But when you want to apply that to PlayStation, you say no. We need PlayStation to be super superior than the N64. I'm saying the N64 could have done something, but you say no, it could have never done that. So it's like in one argument, limitations cause the shift in the industry. Another argument, you're saying limitations can't cause a shift in the industry.
No, but what I'm saying to you is that limitations are the reason you got Super Mario 64. A lot of the design decisions were built around because that's how Nintendo built Super Mario. So I'm not saying that I'm dismissing limitations. I'm saying all those decisions matter in terms of the end product. A lot of the games on the PlayStation work and run the way they are because of the limitations on that platform. You cannot run a platformer on PlayStation's platform the same way you could do on a Nintendo 64. Because platformers need a lot of like especially 3D platformers, they need a lot of like frequent loading. And there was that whole video, like I think about like how the guys that built Crash. And again, that's why I'm saying to you that hardware, the design team, all those things matter. You could have had the franchise, but it would have been a completely different experience, a completely different a franchise even, had it been done by a different company.
Yeah, but like okay, what I'm saying, Halo comes out. I mean, I haven't watched the documentary you're referencing. I think Halo comes
Xbox's
out.
Power On documentary.
Yeah, I think Halo comes out. Like what
It
did they
comes
say?
well, yes, I'm not disagreeing, but it's not Halo in the same sense that Halo was on Xbox. Like it's the same way like Super Mario comes out if it was released by Sony, but you're not gonna get the same success that you would if it was released by Nintendo on an N64. Becomes a big game, but it does. It's the same thing I said to you last week. Of like, yes, Nintendo becomes successful on PlayStation, but it doesn't become as big as it was on sorry, Super Mario doesn't become as big as it was on Xbox.
Oh,
Because
it so
again,
does. Oh, Fuzzy, me and
no,
Asha actually did have this discussion where we argued. Wait, first of all, Fuzzy says Bungie also helped create Xbox's Live. Halo's influence wasn't
correct,
just one game. Very true.
correct. So again,
Fuzzy,
the relation.
I said to Asha that like if Mario 64 releases on the PlayStation 1, it becomes PlayStation's best selling game.
And I disagreed with that. I said
And
no.
he disagreed with that. I said Mario 64. I said Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time become PlayStation 1's best selling game.
No, they don't, because that's not the audience from PlayStation.
No, they do.
That's an N64 audience that would make that game like that. Like to me, it's one of the easiest delineations that you can make is that the N64 is being sold to a completely different market than a PlayStation. There's no ways you get PlayStation's number one. Like, and I read the list of you in terms of like number one games on PlayStation. None of them are platformers. I think Crash comes in later on. The number one game is Gran Turismo. Like, what do the guys that are playing Gran Turismo have in common with the guys that are playing Legend of Zelda? And
I'll tell you, because you know what I can tell you? Because back then, those guys were me and you. And me and you were very happy to play Rayman, Crash, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. There was no mature game. It was just
No,
games were
but this is
fun.
where okay. So this is where I disagree with you. That's where you're wrong. Me and you were nerds that liked those games because we played other consoles. What Sony was targeting was the 17 to some 17 plus jock or male that interacts with games not on a nerdy basis that we do. This is someone that doesn't care about Super Mario. They to them as a jock, they look at it as a toy. They look at it as something that's dismissible. But they like cool movies, cool action movies. They like hot cars. It's a different demographic to you and me. None of the people that made PlayStation famous were a bunch of nerds that would sit on
Like I mean,
forums.
there is no way in hell that Crash Bandicoot sold more than Metal Gear Solid, and Harry Potter sold more than Metal Gear
Crash
Solid.
didn't sell more than Metal Gear Solid, though.
You did. Crash Bandicoot 2 sold 7.58 million. Metal Gear Solid sold 7 million. Harry Potter.
Okay, wait. Like, go
Harry
back to
Potter
that number.
Crash Bandicoot 2
Yeah.
sold 7.5 million, 7.6 million.
Okay, how much did Metal Gear Solid sell?
7 million.
7 million. And that was the first Metal Gear Solid game released in 1998, right? Not
Yeah.
a franchise.
I mean, well, the original Crash game sold 6.82 million. So
yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not disputing that.
Solid.
So, but I'm just saying that, like,
I'm saying like you're trying to make it seem like, oh, it's all about maturity.
Yeah, but Crash is not. But Crash is not like Super Mario.
No. But are you telling me Crash Bandicoot sells more than Super Mario 64?
On what? On
PlayStation.
On PlayStation, absolutely.
You think
because Crash is the edgy mascot? Like again,
he's dumb.
No,
okay, I mean,
no.
if
what does
I want
that
to
mean?
grant that, oh my god, I can't believe that.
No, but like I want to understand. What do you mean he's dumb? Like I actually gave you an example.
Mario, I'm saying Mario is a far superior game. There's no way Crash Bandicoot sells more than no.
But I'm saying to you, the only people that care are people that come from Nintendo's gameplay pedigree.
No, because if the game is fun and good, because if the game, if you're playing Crash because it's a fun game and it's a good game, you're gonna play Mario 64 because it's a vastly superior game.
Okay, so give me an example of a third-party game that sold well on N64 and also sold well on PlayStation.
Well, before I answer that, Fuzzy says, I like Crash more than Mario 64. Well, listen here, Fuzzy. That didn't answer the question. Do you think Mario 64 outsells Crash Bandicoots? And
hands down,
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's
Stone.
On
PlayStation.
Yes, on PlayStation.
Hands down, it does. And again, if you talk about Harry Potter fans, you're talking about a very different demographic of people that like care about books and shit. Like, I don't want to add Harry Potter into this conversation. I could, because I don't have enough information or detail about Harry Potter and why that game did well, and like how that I don't even know how it did on the N64. That would be actually a curious point to see if that game was released on the N64 and how it did. But I'm saying to you is that Crash would have outsold Mario on the on PlayStation.
No, I don't know, because Mario is still a bigger brand name. It just doesn't do it.
Okay, so what are you just saying that the brand name matters? Just the brand name that you're basing this on? But I'm saying to you that it's a bigger brand
not just the brand name, but the fact that Mario 64 is a vastly superior game that we can all come back to. Okay. Well, we can all say this: Mario 64 fundamentally changed. It's a genre-defining game. I don't think you make a genre-defining game on your platform and Crash Bandicoot with its limitations outsells a genre-defining game like Mario 64 with a brand name.
So let me ask you this question then. So then, if Mario was such a genre-defining game, why were platformers then not the defining genre? Because like 3D was where we were going. Why was the N64 not the defining console where people were playing their genre-defining game? Why did the N64 only sell 33 million, whereas the PlayStation sold over 110 million? If that is what fans were interested in.
Sorry, what was the question again? My bad.
is why, if genre defining is so important, why did Mario, the console that Mario 64 is on, only sell 33 million,
The
even
same
though it
reason.
changed?
The same
Wait, let
reason.
me let me let me
Yeah, go
finish.
on. Go on.
So, like, this is a console, right? Where it is this genre defining game that everyone that, like, if you put on PlayStation, people want to play it because it's so groundbreaking. But the
Mhm.
console that it's on only sold 33 million,
Yeah.
and Crash, being a poorer and not as good in terms of like 3D platformers, went on to sell, if you combine the games that were released there, around the same as Mario, because they only released one game of Mario 64
Mhm.
on a console that was not considered, in terms of when it comes to platformers, like nobody considered Crash a groundbreaking game
Mhm.
on a substandard console. So I'm just trying to understand, why is the console where Mario, such a groundbreaking game, did not do as nearly as well as the console that Crash did on, if Mario would outsell Crash on PlayStation? Why are the people that are looking for Mario and looking for that why don't they just buy N64s?
Yeah. So I can tell you why. So first and foremost, the PlayStation One had a 2 year head start, more than and obviously we know this. Xbox 360 did this. Peter Moore did this. That's number one. Number two,
Sega did
the
as well.
yeah, okay, but we're talking about N64 now and PlayStation.
But like, yeah, they're all competing together. I just want to
Yeah.
just put it in there.
Okay.
Okay.
And the second thing is that Nintendo didn't have any third parties. Third parties pretty much abandoned the N64. And by the time the
No,
N64,
wait. That's another misconception. A
Mhm.
lot of third parties were on board. Nintendo had something called the Dream Team. But the problem is, the Dream Team could not launch games during the launch of the N64 because of Nintendo issues. But like, they had a Dream Team of third party developers that they announced in 1995, I
Yeah, and then
think,
they fell
just before the
apart.
N64. Sorry?
Yeah, and it fell apart.
Well, again, absolutely, yes, it did.
No, but you see, I'm saying like, but that's immaterial because you can announce something, but if the games are not there, like
Yeah,
no one
but like, my
cares.
point is that, like, again, we're talking about your impact as a business. Like, who has, because again, we're not talking about like what happened to you. We're talking about how you played the game. So this is how
Well,
Sony
but
played the
this is
game.
Crash isn't edgy though. Yeah, Crash is dumb. Like he doesn't like
So
he's probably cooler than Mario, but he's like
he
dumb.
is
Like I
like,
think if you want someone who's probably cooler, you're probably looking more toward. I think even Spyro's cooler than Crash.
well,
Spyro's
is do
cooler
you
than
think
Crash.
Sonic is cooler than Crash? Is edgier than
Yeah,
Crash? Sorry, not cooler
sure.
than
Sonic is
Crash.
way cooler than Crash
Okay, cool. So why is it then that Crash sold more games during the 32-bit era than Sonic?
because Crash came out on the PlayStation, which is the best selling console.
Ah, so, and again, like, and then Fuzzy, I disagree with you when you say Crash isn't edgy. Crash was busy firing bombs outside Nintendo headquarters on their ads. They were like, Sony was trolling as part of Crash's marketing campaign. They were trolling both Nintendo and Sega. They had marketing where they literally had Crash parked outside Nintendo's HQ talking trash to Nintendo. How is that not edgy? Well, like, then, like, my definition of edgy and your definition of edgy is very, because I remember the Crash ads. They were the funniest thing ever. Nothing that Nintendo or Sega were doing came close to that.
the like so they didn't have the third party games to
Hmm.
support them. Obviously, Sony had great marketing, but PlayStation 1 was out for 2 years before then. They already had a huge library.
Sega Saturn was out for 2 years, but
Yeah,
it
but like
died.
but they didn't have even third party support though, did they? They already
They didn't have
they
third
pissed off
party
they
support.
pissed off EA, didn't they? And the
Sorry.
device was expensive as well, right? And
No,
then
no.
like
It was slightly more expensive than the. And again, the N64 came out. It was $100 cheaper than the PlayStation.
yeah, but you don't have any marketing. Like I believe we both
What do you
I don't know if we
mean?
both checked it out, but like you could have a cheaper device, but if you don't have marketing, which and
But
Sony was
Sony, but
Sony was doing
Nintendo
like
had
what 10 times the
marketing, though. We
marketing.
can't say Nintendo didn't have marketing.
No. Did you know? I mean, we could double check the marketing budget, but from what I remember, in some places in like Europe, Sony had that. Sorry, the N64 didn't also launch everywhere day one, so it was 2 years behind. But then I
Yeah.
think France and places in Europe got it like another year later. So in some cases, it was 3 years behind.
Correct, because of just bad decision making from Nintendo. But like what I'm saying to you is that like
but you asked me why didn't the N64 sell well, and I'm telling you why it didn't sell as much as well. I'm giving you the
I'm
reason.
saying to you that then all those reasons would have also contributed to Mario not selling as much. If you can't launch the most important thing for your games is you need to have the platform right, which is what Sony got right and why their games ended up being the mainstream games we still talk about today. So if you're saying to me that you cannot get your console right, the marketing for your console right, but you're going to be able to get Mario 64 to sell the most on your platform, or on Sony's platform, and you couldn't put your shit together to put your console in a position where it could be able to market itself
Well, this has
advantageously.
nothing to do with Mario. This is about N64.
Okay.
My statement is Mario 64, the game, sells in the same way how you said
How?
Final Fantasy, the game, sells less on the N64, and you don't
Yes.
believe it's just entirely because of the user base. You believe it's because of the consumer, whatever it is. So I'm saying that, like, because the PS1 has the majority of the user base, a game
Yes.
like Mario 64 will sell more there by default.
And I'm saying to you that no one is checking for Mario 64
I'm saying to you
on
that
PlayStation.
gamers are checking
Because
for it.
no,
Gamers are checking for it, and if you're
why?
playing, like, I don't see how a gamer is playing, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, and also what was this other trash called?
Yeah.
What's the other game called? Sorry, not trash. Crash Bandicoot, and he's playing
Crash is
Mario.
trash now. But like what I'm saying to you is that like again, you are not the PlayStation's core audience.
Wait. Just to be clear, do you think the Pokemon was taken off, right? It was huge.
Yes.
Do you think Pokemon doesn't sell on PlayStation?
No, I never said that. I never said play. Like
No,
again,
I'm asking you, like,
yeah.
because you talk about
But it's not
audience
gonna
here.
outsell the main games on PlayStation, dude.
Wait. So Pokemon Stadium sold like 5.5 million, right? You think it doesn't sell over 5.5 million on PlayStation?
Well, like our PlayStation fans, do they have Game Boys?
No, but see, that's what I'm trying to do. I have, like, when I was a kid and I had PlayStation friend, and I have friends who obviously play PlayStation. They had Pokemon, they had Mario on the game, they had all these games.
So okay, cool. But
Like,
do they have?
You're talking about them courting new people who are like older and more mature. I agree, but my point is that even though they're gonna buy Metal Gear Solid, all these kind of games, they still are going to buy a new 3D platforming game that is groundbreaking and genre defining, like Mario 64. You can
Okay, so
say
let me ask
it
you
would
this
after
question.
that.
Let me ask you
You
this
can
question.
say after that they ain't gonna do it, but like Ocarina of Time.
Okay.
Let's at least clarify this. Ocarina of Time becomes the best selling game on PlayStation. No, forget about Mario.
Yeah.
Ocarina of Time.
Yeah. No, it doesn't become the best selling game on PlayStation because that's not the audience. None of those games become PlayStation games.
What's the audience for a 3D action adventure game?
I'll tell
that
you,
is
it's Metal Gear
genre
fans.
defining.
It's Metal Gear Solid fans. It's Final Fantasy fans that
Like,
are looking for
I know Metal Gear. Wait. You played Metal Gear Solid before, yeah?
I've played all the Metal Gear Solids. I've played
Have
all
you
the
played
Final
Zelda
Fantasies.
in 3D before?
I've played Ocarina of not all the Zeldas. I've played. Let me say this. I've played all the Zeldas up until Twilight Princess.
This is my point. I agree with your argument once you get to Mario 64 2 and 3. But what I'm saying is that, like, the Mario 64 that comes out, because it's so unique and so different, you're not gonna say no to it. You're not gonna play Crash.
Cool. Okay, cool. So I'm using your same argument. If no one could say no to it, then why didn't people go buy N64s? They went and bought
because
and again, mind you, there were no better platformers at the time on the N64.
Because the
why?
PlayStation 1 was already established. With
but okay, no, but that doesn't explain the question. So that doesn't explain the reason. Like, it being established, because it's already established, right? Fine. You release the game on it. Why are people going to change their minds?
Why did Peter Moore say they need to get a 1 year head start on PS3, number one? And why did he make the Xbox 360 so easy to build for? Do you think those two factors attracted developers, which made Xbox the best place to play third-party games? And it actually made some people be like, you know what, I'm gonna like push the PS3 version aside a little bit first, maybe port it later. And do you think them releasing 1 year ahead all gave them an edge? If the answer is yes, then that's what Sony did.
Well, no. Like, yes, that's what Sony did, but Sony did more than that.
Oh, I know they did more than that, but like those were the two factors, right? I mean,
No, well, that's
sorry,
one of the two
those,
factors.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
we know
It's not the
this.
only
There's a lot of
factors,
other
but
factors.
you we can say like
Releasing a
those.
console early
We can
does not
say
mean that
those
your console will
contributed,
sell the
right?
best, right? You do understand that. That like releasing your console early does not automatically qualify you to
I never
win the
said that's
console war.
I mean, Mr. Strawman here.
But like, no, those are the two things that you mentioned. You said like, why did they release the console
No,
early?
no, no. I'm
Yes, it
saying
gives you
that
an
these are the two.
advantage,
Yeah, but like there's more factors, but these are like at least
100%, and I
two
agree.
pillars, correct?
Yes, I agree that
Okay,
like those are the
so I'm
one of the
saying
two
that
things.
Sony had these two pillars over the N64. That's why they
Yes,
were able. Those are at least two, minimum two of the reasons why they were able to sell better, right? And then
well, those are actually the minimum reasons why they were able to sell better. A lot of it, and you know this, is the L's that the company, who's the reigning champion, is busy taking, just because they're making bad decisions. And I'm saying to you, like, there's no point in time in the '90s Nintendo releases a game on PlayStation, even if the N64 failed and they released Super Mario on N64, Super Mario would still not be a like number one selling game. You telling me that Super Mario on the original PlayStation now, and you say this to PlayStation fans, that you telling me you saying this to PlayStation 1 fans who put Sony on the map and made Sony the most valuable gaming company on the world. You telling me the franchises that they value the most, which is Final Fantasy, which is Metal Gear Solid, which is the likes of Crash. You telling me those franchises are inferior to to franchises released on a console that Sony crushed with just their one leg. My man, like I'm actually your easiest opponent to argue on this. Like, you need to talk to real Sony people that will tell you that there's no ways that they would have chosen Nintendo 64 games over Sony PlayStation games, over Resident Evil, over Metal Gear Solid. There's no
so
ways, dude. Like, you try that
Blizzard
argument
says
with
three
PlayStation
Crash
fans.
games were on the top 10 selling PlayStation 1. And Crash sold more games on PS1 than any other franchise. PlayStation players definitely still liked platformers.
No, that's wrong.
Well, let's just check it out.
Yeah, you can check it out. Like, I mean, I believe that probably Final Fantasy as a series sold more, or Grand Turismo, but
Probably, yeah,
not
Gran Turismo is a
Crash.
good shout.
But
Asha,
you
she's
can
just
check it out
wrong.
and let me know. But anyways, okay, cool. So, are you busy looking that up? Do you want us to move on to the next story?
No, we can. Fuzzy says, I did look it up. Crash sold more. And he's right.
Janu, Ozzy.
Ozzy,
Yeah.
right. Crash on the PlayStation 1 sold 27.43 million, making it the PlayStation 1's biggest franchise. Final Fantasy is up next with 26 million, so a close second.
Oh my gosh.
Gran Turismo is actually third place with 2 games. So it's like you could argue that like
Okay, cool. So Crash.
Tomb Raider is next, and then Tekken is next.
Okay, cool. So Fuzzy, you were right. So Crash actually did better than Super Mario during that generation. That's fascinating to me. I never knew that. I honestly thought like Final Fantasy crushed Crash. I did not know that. So
if you want to say
actually,
the Crash franchise as a whole sells more than one single Mario 64 game, yeah, sure.
No,
sure.
no. Like, I mean, I think it probably sold more than all the Super Mario games put together.
Well, no, but like,
yes,
but
like
even
on N64, it sold more than all the Super Mario games.
My point is because the best platforming game on PlayStation it's probably crash.
But the point is, it's a completely different platformer, and you said this than Mario 64.
I'm saying that it's compared to Mario 64, it's a garbage platformer.
But like Sony PlayStation fans love that.
Okay, so I think
like Spyro is a better platformer than Crash. You do
in
know
the
that.
same way how I can say PlayStation
Mechanically,
in the same way I can say PlayStation, Plus, whatever, has more subscribers than Game Pass. But if Game Pass was on PlayStation, it would be superior. The users on
it wouldn't. Not in terms of sales, brother.
No. I'm saying the same way PlayStation Plus has more subscribers than Game Pass. But the reason why it does is because on the PlayStation ecosystem, there are more users than there are in the Xbox ecosystem. But if you put Game Pass onto the PlayStation Plus ecosystem, it destroys it. So I'm saying the same thing with Crash. I'm saying the only option you have is Crash.
Again, like you see that example, you can't prove that. That's the only problem I have.
Whoa. You think?
No, don't ask me what I think. I'm asking you how you can prove that example. Don't ask me what I think. I want you to be able to prove that example.
Can we apply common sense?
No, well, what is common sense? Like my common sense, your common sense. I want you to be able to prove it. No, let's not speculate.
Hold on.
Prove
From a value proposition point of view, is Game Pass superior to PlayStation Plus?
Absolutely, any day.
Okay,
every day.
You think consumers will not gravitate to the superior product?
Do I think that consumers will not gravitate to the superior product?
Yeah.
No, like that's not guaranteed, dude. Like consumers don't act that way. Like I'll give you an example. Is Game Pass not the superior product on PC? Yes or no?
That question is not so relevant, but yes, it's a superior product.
How is it not relevant? We're talking about Game Pass. Is Game Pass not as relevant on PC? Yes or no?
Service?
Okay, it's a subscription service, right?
No, is there any other subscription service on PC that is equivalent to Game Pass?
No, absolutely. It's the best subscription service on PC. So what was your question again? Ask me your question again.
I'm saying,
will consumers not gravitate towards quality?
If Game Pass was on PlayStation, you don't believe that it will have more subscribers than PlayStation?
Ask your original question. Would gamers? What was your question? Not like would gamers
not gravitate towards quality?
What they perceive as quality, absolutely. So do you perceive Game Pass PC as quality?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Do you like subscriptions? Because I know Steam.
No. Don't add qualifiers now. We can get to the qualifiers. I'm happy to do that, but I just want to ask you this because you just said that do gamers not gravitate towards quality, which was again we're going back to the PlayStation example.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, cool. So do gamers not gravitate towards quality on PC?
Okay, yeah, they do.
In terms of value?
I don't know about that, to be honest.
What do you mean though? Like I'm confused now because you said that you made a definitive statement to say like, well, gamers will gravitate to the best offer.
Generally, gamers gravitate towards quality, but I think there's a difference between different ecosystems on what they'll prefer. So, for example,
there we go. So different ecosystems in terms of like who's on that specific ecosystem. They will gravitate to what they perceive as their quality. Right?
But I can qualify that though, and I don't like that's a simple to qualify. So, for example, we all know gamers like Steam, right? And gamers don't want to go outside of Steam, or PC gamers don't want to go outside of Steam, right? Because number one, every other interface is complete and utter garbage. I used to fight this. I used to say it's not a big deal, but after being logged out of Ubisoft 10 times, after having to buy Starfield. I had to buy Starfield twice because Xbox didn't recognize it for some reason on the PC platform. Yes, I could see why people prefer Steam, 100%. When my friend sent me the whole page of how Steam has all these features and Epic and Xbox don't have it, I was baffled by the amount of features. When they told me that like, yeah, on Xbox you can't buy multiple things in the shop, and on Steam you can, I was like, yeah, that just seems basic. Yes, so Steam is quality. And I can see how people are not interested in downloading a second application that is trash. I can see that. Okay. Also, when Steam has created a group of people who like to purchase their games and maybe don't even like subscriptions as much, like to purchase their games, like to own their games, then yes, that is a mitigating factor, 100%.
Okay, so all these mitigating factors don't matter when you're comparing, say, for
No, they
instance,
can't.
PlayStation
You just have to
Plus.
list them.
Wait, no, I'm just asking. So these factors don't matter when
No,
you're
no, they
comparing
can. But
PlayStation.
like I addressed all those things as well. I addressed every single mitigating factor that
Okay,
you presented.
go ahead. Yeah. How did you address it?
You said the users who are buying PlayStation were not checking for Mario.
Yes.
And what I said is a lot of those users are willing to play Mario because, as you can see, Crash Bandicoot was a game that they were willing to play and buy. But
Yeah, but like
again,
Crash is very different 3D platformer to Mario. It doesn't even have half of the mechanics that you praise on Mario.
Crash is and that's on my second point. Crash is not a superior product to Mario.
Well, I mean, again, it's not that it's superior or inferior. It's a
inferior.
very different. Well, I mean, you can argue that. Like that's
I mean,
you.
like it's inferior.
Okay, but okay. So, do you think that like Steam's service offering is inferior or superior to Game Pass's offering?
Steam has a subscription service.
No. Well, do you think Xbox on PC? This is where you find
inferior,
Game Pass.
vastly inferior.
Okay, so you think Xbox is vastly inferior to Steam?
Xbox PC storefront is vastly inferior to Steam.
Okay,
yes.
Cool. So, what is it about Game Pass that makes it a superior service then?
In comparison to what?
In comparison to any subscription service.
Your boy's in the chat. And Fuzzy says PlayStation Plus is also way cheaper than Game Pass. Yeah, but I'm talking about like the different pricing.
Hey, Simon. Thank you for joining, bro. No, I just want to understand from you like this whole like notion of like what's superior and what's inferior. Glad to have you, Simon. Thanks for dropping by. So we're basically just talking about this is a very deep conversation that we're actually not even supposed to be having because we're supposed to be talking about Sharma Asha. So we're just talking about like, would Super Mario 64 have sold better on PlayStation if it was released by Nintendo? Let's say Nintendo decided to release the game on PlayStation. And I'm saying no, like the PlayStation audience had a specific taste that they had. They preferred specific type of games. There's no way Super Mario or Legend of Zelda become the best-selling games on PlayStation's platform. But okay, cool. Yeah, sorry, you were saying?
Oh no, I thought you were asking your friend something.
No, I was just explaining what we're talking about. But like again, like all the same sort of like things that you jump to, like that, I can make the same connections between the PlayStation and like I could like all it would take me is just a little bit of time to make the same sort of connections. Say no, I don't think so. Based on those connections, it's the same connections I can make, for instance, between PC and say like the PC landscape versus like everything that's available on PC because everything's on PC. And then I can go back to PlayStation. Say, okay, cool. So if Xbox is such a valuable proposition for people in terms of a subscription service, why are people not moving from PlayStation to go and get Xbox Game Pass because it's such an awesome subscription service?
Because a subscription service can't sell a console.
Well, can you prove that?
Yeah, I can. Xbox Series X and S is like a proof of that, no?
Okay, so you don't believe. So, okay, cool. So then in terms of like materially, do you think what is the value do you think that like subscriptions services add to consoles?
They're an added benefit in the same way that when PlayStation 3 was out and it said, oh, you don't have to pay for online. That is an added benefit, right? Or maybe even achievements. That's the added benefit. So these things are added benefits that add to your ecosystem. But no one's going to pick a console that has a subscription service over a console that has vastly superior games.
Okay, cool. So let me ask you this question: do you think that the PS2 had vastly superior games than the GameCube?
Than the GameCube, vastly superior games. Ooh, that's a tricky one. I think it had more games that were in the top tier list. And I
Later
think
on in its lifespan, but like when it came out, I could ask you the same thing about the Dreamcast. Do you think when the Dreamcast came out that the PlayStation 2 had vastly superior games?
I don't think the PSL vastly superior. I think it had maybe popular games. Um, for example, like Virtua Fighter, I believe that was a Sega exclusive, Dreamcast exclusive,
Yeah,
right?
the Dreamcast
But
exclusive.
then again, though, Tekken's very popular, so it doesn't matter how good Virtua Fighter is. Tekken's a popular
Yeah.
game. Maybe you can say Mortal Kombat is popular, and Dreamcast didn't have that. It didn't have FIFA. It didn't have all these kind of games that make people
No,
wanted to play.
Dreamcast had Mortal Kombat. Like it had a lot of those games. The only games it didn't have was EA Sports games.
Yeah, sports game, but also Peter Moore said this very well that like the people were shifting towards the West at this point in time. Now, obviously, some Japanese games will still be able to make
Okay, cool.
that list, such as Final Fantasy, Tekken, etc.,
Yeah.
etc., etc. But I think
Okay,
the
cool.
Dreamcast had all these. Like, I guess one way to look at it is that like Sony released Final Fantasy 7 and Sega released which costs around the side, which costs more, I believe. But you can see like just a surface level take that like one game is going to sell more, one game is more
Okay, cool.
action orientated, the other one is not. It's more simulation like.
Okay, cool. So that's a good example. So giving using that exact example in terms of like the shift towards the West, the Xbox had the most Western titles from PC than PlayStation during the PS2 era. Yes, it still sold around the same amount as the GameCube, which was a third of what the PlayStation, or less than a third of the PlayStation 2 sold.
Mm-hmm.
PlayStation 2 is like what, like the number two selling console of all time. So all of those consoles, I mean, like all the Western games are on Xbox more than PlayStation. PlayStation 2 was still selling
Yo,
Japanese games.
your boy Ken is there. Ken Wall is there, and also your boy
Ken, you
says
want to join?
your boy. I sorry, I don't want it to me to insult you, man. Your boy, your friend.
He is my
He's
boy. Like that's Simon is like my brother.
He says, I would never have bought an Xbox console for Game Pass. I bought it for Halo, Gears of War exclusives. And
Yes.
this is my argument to Asha. So I don't know why he's trying to dispute it. He's trying to make
No,
it seem
this is
like
not
a
your argument.
subscription service. That is my argument. that is my goddamn
No, that is
argument.
not your argument. But okay, make the case, make your case.
Ma-
Ken, let me know if you want to join. Simon, if you want to come into this conversation, please let me know. I'm happy to drop you into this as well. And again, Simon, anytime you want to join, let me know. I'll set you up. We're always looking for people. And then like I just want to like let Ty know. So Simon is like one of like Simon is OG Xbox. Simon started playing Xbox
Mhm.
from the original Xbox. I don't want to say Xbox One. So he's day one, and he's one of the best Halo players I know, and he's also part of like the Xbox community that I am in South Africa. So
Mhm.
he's as close of a Xbox brother as I can get. So no, his testimony makes sense to me. That makes 100% sense. Um, sorry, go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, no one buying a console for subscription service. You buy it because of the games. Now, I mean, if the subscription service has the games, then yes, but he needs the games first and foremost.
Okay, so you know what, Ty? Let me do this because like I've just figured that like you know what, we have a lot of nice arguments, and I want to do like a full on. I want to honor them, like because I feel that you're being blasphemous here, and I want to
Oh
prove
my god.
beyond. I want to prove beyond dispute that you're wrong.
Mhm.
So I want to have this debate with you, and but like I want us to word it properly in terms of like what do we want to argue, like this whole thing. And again, like my whole argument with you is very simple: that Mario and Zelda will never do as well on a Sony platform as they would on a Nintendo platform. That's impossible. Sony first games of Sony's like games that Sony at that point positioned as their main icons will always take like precedence. And I want to have this debate with you. So let's park it, but we must come back to this because this was the same sort of like start for our our discussion last week. So I'm gonna move our argument. I'm gonna move our talking points to today's topical, so that we don't disappoint our audience. So let's fast forward. Let's fast forward from PlayStation. Let's fast forward from Nintendo. And let's come to today. And I want your opinion on. Asha Sharma has been very busy. She's been doing a lot of things. And I just want your take because I know that you have a much more positive take than me when it comes to her contribution. So, what is your take in terms of the decisions he's made this week? One, I'm just going to list them. The first one was being dropping the price of Game Pass, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one was the whole saying to fans that we're not ruling exclusives out. That's still a possibility. And third, what was the third one that she did? Oh yes, changing the Microsoft name from Microsoft Games back to Xbox. I think Games. So what do you think about that? Like, and what do you think the impact of that is going to be on Xbox's future in the interim?
Before your friend says he's might be going to bed soon, so he can't join. He also says Game Pass is a value add. It's not a deal breaker. Add all the old card titles, then you get me reconsidering, as that is a massive library to play. um, so in relation to Asha Sharma, one of the things I said at the very get go is you need to ignore everyone that's left the ecosystem. Ignore the players like Ushers who have left, the traders, the blasphemous people. They're not relevant right now. What you need to do is the people who are willing to stay, the people who said until the end, the people who made those posts and says, I'm going down with the ship. Not the people who said, fuck this, I'm out of here, bruh. Like, I'm going over to slurp on Steam. I'm going to go slurp on PlayStation. The people who said, we're going to stay here, you need to treat them with respect. So the first thing you do is the marketing has to completely change. And that's exactly what she did. I always said this, if you want to put Indiana Jones on PlayStation, you can do that. But you don't do it one more thing, right? You don't do these things to irritate the wife, the husband. You keep them happy first and foremost. So she changed the marketing. She said, hey, listen, all that cat box, laundry box, tablet box, this is an Xbox, end of story. We're going back to the roots. So that's the first thing she did. Fantastic. That's an easy win. The second thing is we commit to the console and say, not just am I telling you that the Xbox is important. Here's the Helix console. Here's some pictures. Here's that we're going to GDC. So it's coming. Everyone who's telling you it's not coming, it's coming. They did that. Next thing up is after those easy wins, well, now it's easy. Now you just gotta actually do things that are actionable. And what did she do? She brought down Game Pass. Ken was it? Ken is in the waiting room. Next thing she did is she brought down Game Pass, ultimate pricing.
I don't see Ken in the waiting room, eh?
Maybe you sent him a different link. She brought down Game Pass ultimate pricing from $30 to $22.
Ken, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna try and get you in again. Just 1 second.
Now, here's the truth about this. No one out there is crazy about COD. There's no Game Pass player who subscribed who was demanding to get a game like COD. You ask Game Pass players, what would you prefer, Call of Duty or Elden Ring or Cyberpunk or or even like a collection of smaller games like The Expanse, Hades 2, etc., etc. They will pick those options. Call of Duty was not the end or be all. It's a good, nice to have, but it is what it is. Now, if you tell them that, oh, by the way, you get Call of Duty, but the price is going to go up to $30, they're going to retreat. They don't want that. And that's exactly what she did. She realized that this was the popular decision to make, and everybody wins in this decision. And she brought the price down to.
So Ken, I dropped you the invite on on WhatsApp. Try that invite. It should get you in. All right. Just let me know if you have issues. Just let me know on WhatsApp, and then I will. Yeah, I'll definitely. I'll just. We'll work from there. Sorry, Ty. Please go on.
So she dropped the price down, and that was fantastic. Everyone's happy. Everyone has good vibes now, and the messaging has just been perfect. There is no other, like, this couldn't have gone any better at all. Like, this is exactly what you had to do, and it's exactly what she's did. It's exactly what she's done. So for the Xbox fan base, the people within the ecosystem, it's already a win from us, because remember, we were already staying exclusives or not. We were just saying treat us better, and now she's done that.
Let me just
And
ask you a
one,
question. So, what are you loyal to? So, like, you keep saying, like, because you dismissed me as some loyal traitor, and
you're a hoe.
because you're not even an Xbox fan. Like, I don't even know why I'm having this conversation with you. You arrived yesterday whenever like they started saying, certain things. But anyways, I don't want to get into that. But I just want to understand. So, what is it that you are loyal to here? Well, what is your fealty to here? Well, why are you here? Why are you still supporting X? Not that you were supporting Xbox when they were selling you Series X's, but like, why are you here? Like, why are you still willing to buy Xbox merch?
The same way how when I asked you, um, yo, the Helix, the hybrid thing is a really good, is a really good thing, and your response was like, "Who is this for? Who wants this?" I don't. The way you were like dismissing it, and I said, if I look at what the Helix is, and I take off like
Sorry,
all your
Taye, one more
boxes.
thing. Welcome, Kenwell. I think we have you in.
Yes. I didn't want to interrupt. How you guys doing?
Good, thanks.
The
Now let
same way
let
how I
Taye
said,
finish his trash talk.
the same, the same way how I said, yo, this like hybrid PC, Ushers, it actually ticks all your boxes of what you would want. And your obsession wasn't the like, oh, this actually is a value added thing for me. It was, well, it has Xbox on it, so screw it. So that's why I'm in the Xbox ecosystem, because Play Anywhere is
What?
a goddamn good
But
value
like,
proposition. Cloud
yeah,
gaming
but
is a
you just told me
goddamn
why I
good
didn't want to
value
be in the Xbox
proposition.
system.
Game
I
Pass
want to
is a
know why you
goddamn good value proposition.
wait. Like,
And
okay,
and,
no,
and, and you didn't. It's not like you even went to PlayStation, like, oh, yeah, exclusive games.
I'm
You
on
went to a
Steam, dude, the
platform.
best platform in the world.
You went
Like,
to a
there's nothing better than
platform
Steam.
that doesn't even like sponsor exclusive games.
It doesn't matter. You don't need exclusive games on Steam. You have everything.
So the reason why you left Xbox is because they have no exclusives, but then you went to a platform that doesn't even like popularize
Because
exclusives.
like I had to then turn and change to I moved from console. This is the thing. When you move from console to PC, that is like a transition, dude. Like it's it's a proper transition. Like the best example I can give you, there's a difference between you saying okay, this is a far out example. There's a difference between someone saying, you know what, I'm gay. All right, so I'm gay. I'm gonna stay the same way that I am. I'm just gay. Then when you say that, you know what, I think I'm a completely different thing. I think I'm a woman.
No, the analogy is more like, as you said,
That's
somebody
a huge
saying,
difference,
no,
right?
the analogy
Can
is
you agree?
no, the
There's a
analogy,
difference when you just say, well, you know what, I'm a dude that likes dudes.
no, the
Then
analogy is completely different. The
I
analogy
now
is
need to
completely
put on. I
the
now need
analogy is
boobs.
completely different, because your
Okay.
analogy it's more like somebody saying they're into men, and they're always into men, and then out of nowhere their boyfriend breaks up with them, and they turn around and say, well, now I like women.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying to you
No,
that like your
that's what you're saying.
analogy.
Xbox
What?
said, "Oh, we don't have exclusives anymore," and because exclusives, or penis was the thing that you loved the most, you didn't go over to PlayStation that gives you penis or whatever it is. You went over to the whole different side of things. You went over to PC gaming, which is a woman.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying to you. Is that
That's
that's
a
a different
woman.
thing, bro.
That's a
That's a
woman.
different thing. I like
Yeah, you
exactly
went over
like
to
Steam.
a
That's
different thing.
exactly what I'm saying to you. Steam is the
Okay, yeah. So you
evolution
were
of
never into
everything.
men then.
Maybe, right?
Okay,
If
then
we're
yeah, okay,
talking, I
yeah.
was never into
Okay,
dudes,
yeah.
so
See,
yeah.
you're confused. That's what I'm saying. You're
No, I'm not
confused.
confused. I'm
Yeah,
not confused.
your boyfriend broke up with
Why
you
are you
so
gay?
bad that he turned you straight.
Exactly, kid.
Yeah.
But why are you gay? Like that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that like, you know what? It's you transcending. It's you saying, you know what? This um I'm beyond this level. Like my comprehension is on that level. Whatever those, like, you know, the whoever's there says, and that's what I'm saying to you, is that like, yeah, it's you saying that like, yeah, you know what, I don't want another penis. I'm good. I've decided I identify as something completely different. That's Steam, dude. Steam is that level. If you're Steam, you're trans.
Yeah, you go both ways.
You go always, dude. Like, you Steam, you can go anyway, dude. Like, you no longer have to commit to one thing. Steam doesn't force you. It doesn't need you to be committed to. If you're Steam, you are you first, right? And that's why I made the transit analogy. Is that if you're Steam, you're in a position where literally whatever you decide represents you. Microsoft doesn't decide for you. Sony doesn't decide for you. And you don't like that. For some reason, you anti-Steam, Ty. Like, Steam, for some reason, Kendall, like, this nigga hates fucking Steam. Like, he hates the movement.
I didn't know Ty had beef with Steam.
Dude, this nigga has like major beef with Steam. But anyways, Kendall, welcome in, bro. Like, it's been a minute since we've had you here. We're glad to have you back.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, man.
I've been good. I've been good. I've been good, man.
Sorry, let me just
talk about Xbox and shit on their plan.
Yeah, so Simon says is also a double adapter. Simon, only when it comes to gaming, and even then, I'm not a double adapter. I've transitioned to Steam. This is what the example I'm making here. I'm trying to explain to this gentleman that I've transitioned to Steam completely. I now identify as a Steam user. I don't need Xbox anymore. I don't need Sony. So if Xbox was male or female, or Sony was male or female, I'm above that. That's what Steam offers you. Steam is the next level to that. It's like, well, no, we don't do neither. We don't care for neither of that.
Steam has probably been my fourth most used launcher this year. Good job, Fuzzy. Listen, I have no issues with Steam or whatever. It's the glazing that people do with Steam. I'm so baffled by it.
He's just a hater.
But long story short, Asha has done an amazing job so far in her first couple of months. There isn't really anything else she could ask for. I think obviously, you know, what would have been the perfect? Some huge announcement that exclusives are back, sure. But I don't even think so. I think if you're gonna do that, you do that at the showcase. I think like you don't just do that in a tweet. That has to be at the showcase. I think personally for me, I think the biggest announcement in her tenure so far should be at the showcase. So I'm probably even thinking that something big is coming at the showcase. We just don't know it yet. And that could be the confirmation that, you know, Gears of War is going to be exclusive. It could be anything, like, but we just don't know yet. Oh, obviously the Xbox review for the Helix as well is going to be there, I believe.
I'm still. Is anybody still weirded out how these changes have been made? Because this is what I've been dying to tell y'all, like talk to y'all about this. Because like I'm like, this seems too good to be true. Like I just don't get how this shit is happening. Like Phil, everybody was rocking with Pitt. All right, yeah, you go.
Mm-hmm. So what I was gonna say is that Taye has become like and I've been monitoring him like for a while now. He's become the poster child for Xbox. Like the more I've become sort of like disenfranchised with Xbox.
How you gonna take that?
Nah, he's telling the truth though.
He won't deny it.
Hey, listen, that paycheck coming in, like I'm winning. It's all good.
I get that brand ambassador.
I'm cautiously optimistic, right? And I want to hear what you have to say, but I also just want your opinion on just before we get into these. So what is your like? Because I don't know your affiliation. Like, where are you? Like, are you more console? Are you more PC? Are you more Steam? So can we just have like an understanding of that, just to give us like, you know, for this conversation, like context for this conversation, Kenro?
So like, I will say, as I've gotten older, it's a little weird. I would say mostly PlayStation and PC for sure. Like I don't touch my Xbox at all.
Oh wow!
I don't touch it at all. So it's usually PC or PlayStation. Multiplayer games I play on PlayStation usually, because that's where my brothers and friends are. And then when I play single player games, it's usually on PC. So that's where I'm usually at. I wish I could play my Xbox, but like I said, I need a reason to go back to it. I do rock with Steam mostly because of the Steam Deck. So when I'm in bed, I could just play that. When I'm at work or going on the plane, I love that shit. Like that's the best thing ever. That's what really hooked me onto Steam. I was like, no more Epic launcher. That shit is trash. I don't ever want to use the Epic launcher. Bring me Steam. That's where it's at. But with this whole Xbox transition, I just don't know what they're doing with these exclusives. Like, I'm still, again, how the hell is this woman bringing all this change? And Phil Spencer, it's just like, this makes no sense. Like, it was really that much of a clown show. And then seeing, like, when Phil Spencer became the CEO of Xbox, everybody was rocking with Xbox. I remember those days.
Yeah.
Xbox One, I was like, yo, this shit is trash. This console is garbage, bro. But I rocked with the Xbox One. I was like, that's where all my boys are. I played with it. I made it work. But then when the PlayStation 4 came out, I'm like, all right, cool. Let's do it. I'm make the switch. And I remember everybody loved what Phil Spencer was doing. He was giving bare minimum shit. So regardless, this Asha, she's doing a good job. But I just don't get how this change is being implemented. Like, how the hell was Game Pass all of a sudden switch with the price? That just seems odd to me, because it's like, oh, it's just the PC, right? Just the PC one. Yeah, but it's like, wait, hold up.
No, it's not just the PC one, dude. It's Ultimate.
They reduced the price of Ultimate from 30 to 22, and they reduced the price on PC from, I think, 15 to 13.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what the like? Okay, this is all of this is happening. She's like, all right, let's go back to exclusives. Let's do this. Blah blah blah. I'm like, so Phil wasn't trying to do this, because I'm pretty sure he was trying to do this.
So I'll be honest with you, Kenwell. These are the same questions that have got me sitting on the sidelines and just watching the people clap for this, because of the fact that, like, I'm in the same boat as you. Is that, like, everything, like, you know, for me, what she said, the underlying thing that she said, right, which was the main thing that we're gonna measure this thing off is just monthly, weekly active users. And I was like, but like, that's exactly what Phil and Sarah are doing. So why all of a sudden
I'll give you
guys?
A quick correction there. Still, like, I would say Sony does measure monthly active users. And I remember I was having a discussion with a guy about this who was very like, oh, Xbox is monthly active users. Like, this was years ago. And I said, Sony's going to do it too, because this is how you make the money. You need to count the PS4 guys and the PS5 guys and, you know, the other, like, people on the ecosystem, whatever it is. And he was like, no. And eventually Sony did as well. So I would put that as a caveat. However, what did happen is that this was followed up on by what's his name again? Politiho, whatever. I can't remember his name. And she said that, like, this is within the Xbox ecosystem. So I have the quotes. Okay. Let me see if I can get it real quick for you.
Sorry, while you're busy looking for that. So Simon says, okay, I'm thinking we're getting a lot of good info on Xbox Showcase. Yes. So Simon, I hope that translates to that Xbox Showcase that's coming up in June. Halo dropped on GP after the showcase. God of War E-Day gameplay.
I was thinking God of War Gears. I was so confused. I
say God of War, sorry, Gears of War. You see how indoctrinated a person has become out of Xbox. So Gears of War E-Day gameplay, a reveal, and a new trailer for Elder Scrolls 6.
Yeah, it seems like history's repeating itself, because when Phil became CEO, everybody was like, yo, Xbox is coming back. And then this is the same thing that's happening.
Kenwell, you're a real one, because I was saying
the same thing that's happening. I just don't get what's going on.
So before you guys fire off, before you go, Asha's, the quote is, she says, there's no silver bullets, and our focus is going to be how many players are playing every single day in the Xbox ecosystem.
Okay, so she didn't say, because everyone else, including Tom Warren, they all said what's going to count is the number of weekly players. They all quoted it that way.
No, she did say that, but in Stephen Tolito, he just did an interview with her, so there's actually more information out now already. I sent you the link a while ago, but there's more information out, and it's just again, she's been focused on Xbox, and as the interview went on, she clarified that point. She said, we are waiting to see the Xbox return to growth next year. We are wanting to see Xbox return to growth next year, and so we've got work to do. So she's saying like Xbox. She's not talking about like the ecosystem. She's not talking about like Candy Crush. She's saying Xbox, the console, and she's also reaffirmed that she's going to focus on Gen 9, which I think is interesting because I was under the impression that they were done with Gen 9. They were like, Xbox Series X and S is finished, it's done. But she's saying, no, it's not done. We're going to focus on that. And obviously they're doing the updates or upgrades. I actually predict that there might even be a price drop. She might be like, no. Game Pass went down. The console are going to go down too as well in price. But anyway, so she's kind of focusing on the console. Again, and her quote was, there's no silver bullets. And our focus is going to be how many players are playing every single day in the Xbox ecosystem.
So again, you see what, and this is why I say with Xbox that like it's always so tricky to sort of like they're like so slick, they've got like all on them. So like my thing is is that all sounds good and well on paper about what she's saying, because like she's basically saying, well, yeah, because all she's doing is she's just being non-committal there. But like at the same time, like if player numbers are the core focus, then are you like the problem with player numbers is that it's directly oppositional to exclusive games, because if you want more players, the logical option, the logical choice is to put your game in more places. And no one is gonna say that, well, no, don't put your game in more places, because the logical explanation, like I don't care how you do the maths or where you do the maths, Sony can do this maths, but like Sony doesn't explain anything. But like if they're saying that like, well, we're going to use this or we're going to do this based on like how many players we have, I don't see them then going exclusive, because games are still going to sell more just by the virtue of being on PlayStation. So I don't see what would be the benefit of Xbox going
sales, I think, yeah. I just don't see. I don't get how they could backtrack. Like it's like it just 100%. Doesn't. It just doesn't make sense how you're focusing on exclusives again, even though you don't have any strong IP anymore.
Correct. So that's my point, Ken, was that like if she was saying to me that like if she was, and again you have to be specific with this wording. Like when you're talking about exclusive games, is that like you have to sort of understand your business model, and you have to understand what grows your base. And the problem with Xbox that I've had for the longest time, Kendall, is the fact that how Xbox defines growth and success is so arbitrary that I don't even understand anymore. If they said, well, we're gonna justify it based on consoles sold, I would understand. Then it was, well, we didn't sell this many consoles, so we failed. We're good. We're not gonna do this anymore. But they don't justify it on that. Like the way that they justify like their success is so arbitrary that it's very difficult to decide upon the strategy that they're gonna. This is why I don't think exclusives are gonna be a thing for them, is because of the fact that like then they need to be specific to say, well, we define our success by hardware sales. And we've noticed that if we sell more hardware, it's through selling exclusives. But until they say that, I don't believe that exclusives are coming back, because of the fact that as long as they believe that they can still sell more games on PlayStation from the same IP, no. Why?
I disagree with a lot of with both of you guys. But first, your guy says, he says, okay, I'm thinking we will get a lot of good info at the Xbox Showcase. Halo dropped on Game Pass after the showcase. Is that a possibility? When is Halo supposed to be dropping?
It's coming this year sometime, according to PlayStation. Okay. So they're gonna announce it at the showcase. And again, this is where they need to do this. For me, The one game you cannot put on PlayStation is Halo. The moment you put Halo on PlayStation, forget any future exclusives. Nobody gives a fuck about your future exclusives.
Okay.
Like,
so
you can make Gears exclusive. No one's going to give a fuck. It's not going to move the needle. The moment Halo lands on PlayStation, it's over. That's my take.
So the first point is when it comes to, I think what we're seeing here is that there's a focus on players in the Xbox ecosystem and treating them, as much as I hate to say it, like first class citizens. The main complaints that Xbox players always had was they felt like Phil Spencer was treating them like second class citizens, that they were valuing other consumers over them. And we saw this in the Tom Moran article where he said we're ignoring today's customers for tomorrow's. You've seen things that happens with PlayStation, where they get this special reveal and they get all these goodies that Xbox players weren't getting. And I think when she says we're returning back to Xbox, that is a sign that no, forget about cloud, forget about PC, forget about all this other stuff, including forget about our users on PlayStation and Nintendo, because remember, Phil said it himself. He said we need to start accepting that these are our users as well. She's never once spoken about Nintendo players buying Xbox games. She's never spoken about PlayStation players buying PlayStation games. She's always focused her attention on the console, and the only way that makes sense, the only way that applies is for you to buy the console. So she's talking about the Xbox core user. And even there, she said Xbox ecosystem, right? So I think that's really, really important. Second of all, when we talk about like how they can't go backwards, we need to also accept the fact that like these games didn't sell. Hellblade 2 didn't sell. South of Midnight didn't do anything. Avowed didn't do anything. Other Wars 2 didn't do anything. So a lot of Xbox games don't do anything, right? Now, if we say, okay, well, 2 games did. Forza Horizon, 5 million sales. Sea of Thieves, 2 million sales. And this is what I was looking at Colin saying, well, how come he specifically chose Forza? Because he said for PlayStation, it doesn't make sense for PlayStation because the money wasn't there. But for Forza and Sea of Thieves, he called them out, but he didn't call the other games. I thought that was tricky. For PlayStation, the best-selling game on PlayStation game on PC is Helldivers 2, which is 12 million copies, 12.7, so nearly 13 million copies sold. The next is Horizon Zero Dawn, 4.5 million copies sold, which is the equivalent of Forza. But Sony is saying, yeah, but 4.5 million is not enough for us. The next game is God of War 2018, 4.2 million copies sold. But Sony is saying, yeah, but that's not good enough for us either. Then Days Gone, 3.4 million sold. Spider-Man, 2.7 million sold. So altogether, Sony's been more successful on a different platform than Xbox has. But it's okay for Sony to say, we don't need the 4.5 million revenue that Horizon made. We don't need the 4.2 million revenue that God of War made. We don't need the 3.4 million revenue that Days Gone made. We don't need the 2.7 million revenue that Spider-Man made. But Xbox, whose revenue is similar to PlayStation, needs the 5 million that it made on PlayStation. That doesn't track. Why is Xbox the poverty one where they're the $1 trillion company? Sony isn't. So Sony's in the billions. So that'll be my pushback to that specific point, that they don't actually need this. And I would even go further that like Sony came to the conclusion that 4.5 million sales of Horizon Zero Dawn and potentially 4.2 million sales and 3.4 of Days Gone, none of it matters because these users, these buyers are useless. They buy our game and then they fuck off.
Yeah, but like that
PlayStation gamer who buys your console and buys your game is more valuable.
Then what's the measure of success? What Asha is saying then? Because at least
the measure of success is the Xbox ecosystem, and the measure of success is the Xbox ecosystem, because I think that they know now that what's more valuable is somebody who is within the ecosystem as opposed to somebody who's outside the ecosystem.
Okay, wait. Let me ask you this.
But yeah, you go.
No, go ahead, Kendall. You do it.
So you're saying someone more valuable if they're within the ecosystem than without? I mean, out, right?
Yes.
But if you're again, then why is she trying to focus on the hardware?
I think I think what she wants to do is she wants to grow cloud gaming. She wants to grow PC gaming. And she kind of said as well, like everything needs to be unified. And she wants to grow the console. She's looking at these 3 pillars and saying these 3 pillars are separate. She kind of said that herself in her memo that they're all separate and they shouldn't be separate. They should all be unified, just like Steam.
No, but like that's the problem though. Like again, Steam is trans. We can't all be trans. Can we all agree on that?
No, of course you can.
No, you can't be. You think you can be trans?
Of course you can, yeah.
Oh, okay. You can just wake up one day and just identify something else.
No, because I promise you this year when this is probably what's going to happen. Yeah, because you're going to have somebody bring out their Steam machine and plug into a TV and get somebody else to bring out their whatever play PS5, Xbox Series X, plug into a TV and a Switch 2, and they're going to say, oh, play all 3 of them. And it's going to be maybe whatever game. Pick any game that's come out on the Switch. Maybe
I don't think so.
No, but hold on. I'm still like, when that person plays the Switch 2 version, the Xbox Series S version, the PS5 version, and the Steam machine version, that person's going to turn around and say, I know for a fact this one is a PC. This ain't no console. You're trying to trick me. You're just going to play and enjoy it.
Like, I disagree with you. Like,
you don't disagree because there is no material fact for you to disagree on.
Well, very simple material fact. Like, and I asked you this question, like what you're saying, like, and I'm very simple. What I'm saying.
Wait. So you think gamers, as they're playing a game, they can say, "Huh, this is a PC. Huh, this has an RTX inside." Like, you think gamers can feel the parts of a device?
Sorry, say that again.
You think gamers can feel the parts of a device?
No, they can't feel that, but they understand.
So how would you know the Steam machine is a PC?
Because they don't care about Steam. They know about PlayStation.
No. Like, I'm saying you take someone, whatever it is, a casual person.
Who are we taking? Be specific. Who are we taking?
Take anyone.
Okay, I'm taking a casual person that plays consoles games usually.
Yeah, and you think when you give them a Steam machine, they're gonna be like, nah, this is a PC. This is a computer.
No, they're not, because they don't even know what like. If I pick a casual, they don't even know what Steam is. They just know that, well, if I want to play games, I either play on PC or I play on console.
Okay, so what is the argument then?
So my argument is like this whole point that you're making in terms of like, well, you saying that like informed, because you're speaking specifically. You're not speaking about like unless I'm misunderstanding, and you're speaking about casuals, and you're not speaking about people that are already built into the systems.
I mean, well, I guess one way to look at it would be like, I don't know, like do you okay, the PS3 was so different, right?
No, not really. From what?
From the 360.
It was different in terms of architecture.
Okay, so internally, yeah. So you think somebody who just like they can't see the controller, they can't see the game, and you tell them to play the Xbox 360 version, and let's say it's just a default controller that like everyone uses, and like it's kind of like, okay, guess which one it is, the PS3 or this is the Xbox 360? You think they'll be able to be like, yeah, this is 100% the PS3?
What if they were playing a version between the PlayStation?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that like the reason why a console is what it is because it feels like a console on a surface level in comparison to a PC. There's no internal workings there. If you can make your PC look,
well, I mean, people can tell when a game looks worse on a system and looks better on one system, generally.
Yeah, but that can be accounted for.
Yes, absolutely. Like, for instance, going back to the 360 and the PS3, a lot of people chose the Xbox 360 because these were gamers, because of the fact that they knew, and this is the time, this is when Digital Foundry made its mark, was when the games were running worse on PS3 than they did on Xbox 360. And what what those guys would say is like, well, if you need to buy a version, that's why that whole comparison from Digital Foundry exists. Is they would say, well, you know what, the best version to go and buy is the Xbox 360 version.
The
And a lot
Xbox
of
Series
people,
X games run better than this that's like with the Street Fighter, oh sorry, with like Metaphor Street Fighter run better than on Steam, run better than the Xbox Series X version.
would a game on Steam run better? Well, no, it wouldn't run better than the Xbox 360 version. But I'll tell you that a lot of the games, which is why people prefer Steam over Xbox's app, which funny enough is owned by Windows, is the fact that the games still run better on Steam than they do on Xbox's own app. To the point that, like, if you get the Xbox update, sorry, if you get the Steam version of the game, it has better optimization and has more frequent and better updates than the Xbox version or the Windows version.
Okay, wait, hold on. Just so we don't like really push off the main topic. The revenue that Sony was getting from PlayStation, they realized that it could potentially hurt their ecosystem, and it could push their consumers who were within their ecosystem, who are more valuable to people leaving their ecosystem and being less valuable towards them. So what do? They scrap it. Say, okay, PC, we're done here.
Absolutely.
So I'm saying, why can't Xbox come to the same conclusion?
Well, because Xbox's investment is way deeper. Because remember what I said to you. I said there's two things that cost, and Ken will come in here and let me know if you disagree. There's two things that cost Xbox's overall market share in terms of like them making games or making money of games. Number one was putting games on PC. I said this to you a long time ago. I said, putting games on PC day and date with Xbox, you hurt your console market share. All your games, go back historically and you can look, all your games sold less on Xbox the moment you started putting them on PC day and date. So that they actively went and they did that. And it's these decisions that I don't understand why Phil Spencer made this decision, but he decided to make that. But if you wanted to fix Xbox, that's one of the things you have to address. It's not just exclusivity on PlayStation. It's the fact that PC sales hurt your console sales more than they contributed to your console push.
I don't know. I think there's some element there, but I don't know if it's like as maybe dire as you might.
Go look it up. Go. Very simple. Just go look it up.
That's not dire. How many games. That's why I just feel like everything that they position themselves, it boxes them in with this exclusivity. 100%. Because if most people aren't buying their games on Xbox, they're just waiting on Game Pass. Now there's a whole bunch of people that the default console is PlayStation. If they want to buy a game, they'll just get Game Pass for Xbox. I just don't see, again, with this Xbox ecosystem thing, a lot of people left. Like, I get you want to focus on the people that are here, but again, with Marvel's Blade, the new Blade game, is that going to be exclusive? It couldn't be, because there's a clause that these games have to sell a certain amount of money. Like, they have to get a certain amount of money. So I don't see how anything they do now at this point reinforces Xbox in terms of the old days. Like, I feel like she's been trying to do the 360 thing, but those days are gone. You just can't do it anymore.
I agree. Like, I don't know, like, what is that, but like, I agree with you, because my point, and this is why I say you can't put the genie in the bottle. Like, Sony is different. Sony, like, even with the PC thing, Sony did it very differently from Xbox. Xbox did the whole PC thing from an L perspective. Like, Phil Spencer came in there and saying, well, we're not making any money off our games. We're gonna put our games on PC so we can get more of our games more profitable, right? And to me, to do that in a concession position is different than Sony doing it, because like, oh, you know what, we want to make it, our games cost more, we want to make it a little bit more money. It's the same reason that Sony can retract that entire decision no, like, and there could be no repercussions. They could just say, well, we're taking all our games back and we're going to put them on PlayStation. No repercussions in terms of like their market share, etc., etc. With Xbox, they doubled down so much on putting their games on PC, and this is the problem.
Yeah, but you
Kenmo,
can.
that I
Yeah, but
have.
you can still pull back from PlayStation though.
No, they can't. Like,
Why?
well, they can try, but like this is the problem I have with Xbox's pivot to PC. Is that Xbox's pivot to PC wasn't like, well, we're gonna put everything on Xbox's storefront, so you're still gonna get our games on PC, but you're only getting them on Xbox PC. They didn't even do that. They put everything on Steam, which is a competing platform. So they're in a position now when they have to release everything. Sorry?
Some of the games are compatible on Steam Deck too.
Yeah, on Steam Deck, but like 99.9% of their games are available on Steam day and date, which is not their platform. So my thing is that, again, you're in a position where like you can never offer exclusives. Like for Xbox to offer exclusives is almost impossible because your market is so fragmented. Like you've fragmented it so much that it's PC, but when we talk about PC, we're also talking about Steam and the fact that some of your games are on Epic as well. It's not just your storefront. If these games were just on your storefront on PC, it would be an easy conversation. And I would completely be on board to say, yeah, make them exclusive to Xbox PC. But whenever people talk about Xbox and PC,
I don't think you can do that. At least not yet. So what I would say here is, well, no. What I would say here is that I think, I think this is probably more important. The biggest flaw with putting the games on PC was not building the application. Excuse me. That made PC users gravitate towards the Xbox storefront. Steam, like if you were able to say we're matching Steam and everything that they're doing from an application perspective, then you went exclusives, with your own storefront on PC, you would get some people to come for sure because those are exclusives. The problem is they probably realize quite quick that PC users don't really care about exclusives that much. I mean, they do, but they don't. It wasn't worth it. PC users were very stubborn. They weren't going to go download a shitty application just to play a game. I think that's why Sony started to put their games on PlayStation. Because they realized that these guys are stubborn and it's not really going to materially affect us that bad. So I think if Xbox had, created an application that was really, really good back then, I think the story would have been different. I think that's what kind of Asha is saying, that like we need to kind of make that that application great. And if that application is great, there is a situation where they can say, we're going to turn down support our games on Steam, or we're going to do it like a timed exclusive situation. But also, like, listen, another like play that you could do, which is, I don't want to say quite simple, but definitely up there, is when Rockstar says, yeah, we want to we want to make our we want to put Grand Theft Auto 6 on PC. Steam is still going to take a 30% cut from them, but Rockstar can be like, whoa. Epic is telling us that we can get 100% cut. Xbox is saying we can get 100% cut, and they're gonna give us an extra like 50 million just to put it on their own PC storefront first and foremost. And we know we're Rockstar, we know we're GTA, so we can drop this game on Steam 3 years later. It's still gonna sell millions. So how about we just make a little bit more cash from Xbox first? Like you could make that play, and people will come to your ecosystem.
They'll never do that.
I think you're right in saying that can't happen. But the question I would say is why?
I think it's because they don't have that much time left, Ty. Like I feel like they're at the point where whatever they do has to work. Mm-hmm. Like with the whole PC thing, I think you're definitely right. But if they were to do this whole PC launcher, it would take years for them to see anything. They're at the tail end of this. So that again reinforces the point of why are you going back on the exclusives? You need something that's selling, because Amy Hood, this is what I just don't get. Like, what happened to Amy Hood? being the big bet. Like
That's exactly my point.
The
That's
enforcer.
exactly
She was like, "Yo, you need to make a profit." And now all of a sudden, Amy Hood is like, "All right, she's gonna ease off." What the fuck? That makes no sense.
So the Amy Hood one
just means that Xbox is very bad at business. If Amy Hood for all of a sudden cares 1 year about you making your margins, and the next year she doesn't care about making your margins, it tells me that you guys just have a very shitty business structure in terms of
but hold on, like, because the same thing can be said to like Sony. And somebody made a very good point about this. A lot of these things happen everywhere. In PlayStation, the difference is it's just kept shush because Xbox just has so many leakers. Like, rest assured, there were people in PlayStation who were fighting to keep PlayStation games exclusives. There were people who were saying, "Okay, fine, you can go pull freaking, Spider-Man. It's not even our IP. You go pull like God of War. Like, it's a very newish IP." But I would probably put out there that the reason why you didn't see Gran Turismo is because that's a legacy IP, and there's probably some Japanese people there who are very respectful of their history, and they're saying, "How dare you put Gran Turismo on a different platform on PC? Fuck you!" Like, I'm gonna fight to make sure this doesn't go through, and everything else can go. Like, fuck off. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the discussion. The only difference is with Xbox, there's leakers. Right, so because it's leakers, everyone can see and hear it.
So Fuzzy says, sorry, I just want to get off Fuzzy. Fuzzy says, what? Where's Fuzzy?
He says they were pushing Phil out with those unattainable margins.
Yeah, like I really do think that they wanted to get rid of
the music is on, by the way, I think, for the game. Is it?
No, it's not the game. It's the background music. But it should be pretty low. So listen. So my thing is, right, like my problem with what you say.
Real quick with Amy Hood, just to clarify your point, Ken. Apparently, there's a chance that she might even be going. There was reports that weren't gaming related, that they might want to get rid of her.
But that doesn't matter, Ty. The bottom line is that Amy Hood is Amy Hood doesn't have a position because she's Amy Hood. She's got a position because that position needs to exist. Okay, so the money man is always going to be the money man, and I've always said this, that the only time that the money man and Microsoft really started caring about Xbox is when Xbox bought Activision, because it went from being something that needs to make us a little couple of million every year to, oh shit, we spent how much? We spent 70 billion on this. Fuck, now it needs to make us money. That's the difference. What I'm saying is that and I always go back to Phil Spencer when it comes to these decisions, and I just feel that well, you made these decisions, but none of these decisions worked for the brand in the first place. These suicide decisions that you made are so grand, you can't reverse them in a year. You can't reverse them by changing leadership. You've signed on to these things, and these things make it impossible to turn the Xbox franchise around. You sort of have to go through you can clean up the image a little bit and, spruce up certain things, but you're not going to get the people that left. You might, the people that left Taya are not you. The people that left Xbox are me. People like you were never really Xbox fans to begin with. You guys were sort of floating around, and you maybe landed on Xbox when whoever had the best deal for you. Xbox fans were Xbox fans for Xbox games and Xbox related things. You're not going to get me back because you change one or two things or minor things if I'm already on another platform. The only way you get me back is by hardcore committing to the things that I signed up onto your platform for. And none of the people that care about Xbox, wait, hold on. Part of Xbox that matters are going to come back. All those people are lost. You have to market it into a new thing. You have to now try and get a new audience for Xbox. You're not getting us back.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, you guys are frauds, man.
The old days is the old days.
It's over, dude. Again, you the only and this is why I don't understand why they're doing what they're doing now, is that I think at some point in time I actually considered and said, you know what, just go through. Sarah Bond has a good vision for you guys. Let her finish her vision and her mission.
Stop. No, I gotta cut you off there again. No, because you, I know what you're doing. Because let me just really interject real quick. Sorry for interrupting. You're saying this again because you're not thinking about what's best for Xbox. No, because the fact that you're saying let's everyone finish a mission, we all know that wasn't going to work. So what you're doing again is you're saying Xbox should carry. No, you're saying Xbox should carry out a plan that is detrimental because they started. They realized the plan was detrimental and of course correcting. Whereas you're saying no, keep doing it. This is the same thing, by the way. You said with Assassin's Creed when you said no Shadows, just release it. Why are you delaying it to fix it and make it better and market it better? It's like because it's better for the game and the consumers. You're like no, just release it. So I think what you're doing is you're doing this kind of vengeful thing again. Yes.
So I'm not okay. Cool.
So hold on. You saying this? Okay, wait. I just asked this question real quick. I put out there to Fuzzy. I put out there to Ken and to you. You said keep doing what Sarah Bond is doing. One, was the fan base a fan of what Sarah Bond was doing, and two, is the vibes and the trajectory of the Xbox ecosystem better now than what it was 7 months ago when Sarah Bond was in charge?
No, like
Fuck
again, like hey,
we need results.
Yes, so Ken, like Ty is very like I'm surprised he's actually making this argument with me. Like this is the worst person to make this argument because I was an expert. So first of all, like there's nothing that this woman has done that is actually everything that she's done is still in line in terms of like decision wise with what Sarah Bond had done. And there's none of the decisions that Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond made, she can't undo any of those decisions. There's nothing she can do to win over the hardcore fans that she needs.
Yo. Hold on. I just. Okay.
So wait. Let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
There's like the hardcore fans that she's trying to play to now. Those people are gone. You'll never get them in a significant amount of number back to Xbox. You've lost them. You can put exclusives tomorrow on Xbox. You're not gonna get those people back. Like my point is that you've made decisions. The fact that like your whole ecosystem is determined by player numbers and all these other arbitrary things that have nothing to do with the core thing that drew people to consoles is the experiences that can be directly identified with that platform. Xbox doesn't have any of that. There's nothing this woman can do to replace or restore that. It's done. It's finished. Xbox said to the world, it's not important. We're not Sega. We're not Sega. We're not Nintendo. We're not Sony. Yeah, we are doing something completely different. So, like, whatever you think, like, you can never get players that were Xbox guys back. Whoever's jumping onto Xbox, they're jumping onto Xbox for very different reasons. Sorry, Ken, you didn't go ahead.
Like, they should have, like, what I was thinking was continue trying to be the best publisher.
Agreed.
That's why I was saying with Sarah Bond. I'm like, well, Sarah Bond, again, I don't like it. I like exclusives. I like how the things were back in the day with the 360, but they ruined it. But now this is the pivot. Done. It's done. This is the pivot. I can see the play with this one, but then you going back where, of course, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to bring it up. Like the black woman's gone, like a high up one. What's good with that? And then this lady comes in. She has carte blanche, and then she's going back on a plan where it's like it's not even reasonable anymore.
Not.
There's just no way, because all of your exclusives from the Xbox One to the Series X, what new IP do you guys have that is selling like that? And your existing IPs, have they even broken 10 million in sales?
And then Ken, well, very important is which of your fan base still cares about that shit for them to show up for those titles? Like, you've done so much to tell them that, like, well, this doesn't exist anymore. Like, this is not a thing anymore. That they've all lost. And the thing is, the gamers that they've lost are actual core gamers. Once core gamers have made up their mind and they've you've sold them the fact that like, well, we no longer care about you, we care about a different audience, which is what they did for the last 5 years, to say, you know what, we don't care about you, we care about a different audience. There's nothing you can do to turn that back. They open that funnel, they can't turn that back. Like, there's, even if they decide to put exclusives back on it's done, it's gone. None of those people exist on your platform anymore.
No, so
the
hard
only
disagree
people
there. That's a
the
hard
only
disagree.
people that exist on your platform, I'll let you know, go now, Tai. The only people that exist on your platform are casual Xbox owners like Tai, who just want games that are easily accessible in the most areas. Those are not Xbox core gamers. Those are not people that are going to make a Gears sell, whatchamacallit, 10 million. None of those people are going to, yeah.
So the fact the fact that we're seeing online, and these are like hardcore people, right? Hardcore Xbox people saying, yeah, oh yeah, this is great, this is fantastic. You don't think that's a sign that like these people are saying like, yo, if you do the right things, I'll come back? Here's what I'm saying.
Give me an example of some of the people that are saying that.
Well, hold on. Here's what I said to you a while ago. Gamers are, if you treat gamers like, well, everything's always forgotten, right? So, for example, Cyberpunk came out. You could make an argument. I mean, these motherfuckers sued CD Projekt Red, right? They sued them. But, you know, patches, updates upon updates, they all came back. 50 million plus copies sold now, whatever it is. No Man's Sky.
Okay, wait, no, let him finish. Let him finish.
No Man's Sky, exact same thing. Trash when it arrived, lies upon lies, you know, death threats. But guess what? They kept improving, and bam, everyone's happy again. Even Starfield, I mean, to a way lesser extent, you know, it got a patch update recently, and guess what? You know, the player counts jumped up on Xbox because people were like, yeah, okay, now you've done this, now you've done what I wanted it to do for you guys to do right now. Gamers are, in a sense, they will come back if you do the right things. So Fuzzy, my good friend Fuzzy right here, he's saying she's improving my number one complaint, which is the marketing. So here's a couple of things she's done. Number one, she removed, this is an Xbox marketing campaign, which a lot of Xbox players were pissed about. She removed the Microsoft gaming tagline and just went back to Xbox, which people said, yes, that's good. She added additions to Xbox updates, things that were pending within the Xbox console ecosystem for years and never got addressed. So she said, no, forget PC, forget cloud. We're focusing back on the Xbox console. She reduced the price of Game Pass, which was the key factor for Xbox. It was the unique selling point Xbox had. She said $30. It was the only thing that Game Pass was the only thing that you guys actually loved. And you know, the previous guys messed it up. But going back to $22, how about that? So cool, done. Xbox fans are happy again. And she said, listen, we're considering exclusives again, which has made everyone kind of happy. And most Xbox fans, you ask them straight up, what is it that you would prefer? And a lot of them have said like they've given different reasons. I've been on Reddit, on Game, I've been on Xbox One, and they've all said, if you push the multiplayer games aside and you just give us single player games, that's fine. Now, in that list, there's tiers. Some people are saying, no, listen, if you give us at least 1 year exclusives, you know, for single player games, that's fine for me. Some people are saying 6 months. Everyone has a different tier list. But I'm saying that you might be on the high tier of like, nope, it has to be everything exclusives, etc., etc., etc. I'm saying the ecosystem is not all like that. And here's the part I think is also important. If these Xbox players are going to Steam, which is true, and you improve your own ecosystem, your own Xbox, like like PC App Store, to the point where it mimics or is good enough as Steam, then you start offering these benefits like you still got the Game Pass, you still got whatever, Play Anywhere. We're going to give you more benefits, we're going to give you more things, whatever you want to do. It's easy for an Xbox guy who used to be an Xbox guy who's now on Steam to say, oh, well, let me, download the app and okay, let me play that new game on that new game on Steam, like whatever it is, Elder Scrolls 6. And you play you play on Game Pass on the PC storefront. And then remember what they said as well, and this is, I know this directly because I was speaking to a guy who actually left Xbox just like you, Asha. He said, yo, they're looking to port all the Xbox old OG games on PC. And he was like, yo, if you're telling me that like my games that I bought like back in the days are gonna be workable on PC because of some whatever magic you're gonna do, okay, that's kind of cool. So the more things you do, the more you're gonna get people to get drawn into the ecosystem. But this idea that it's done, it's finished, is over, is not accurate. It's not over at all. You can keep going. And I would even go further and say when Dreamcast, when Sega was done, it was over. 100% was done. The reason why people are pissed off with Xbox and why Asha, you're pissed off is because you felt it wasn't over. You felt it just gave up. You felt like you have the tools. You got Fable coming out this year. You have Gears coming out this year. You have Forza. You got Elder Scrolls in production. You got Fallout in production. You got the tools to win. You got Play Anywhere. You got Game Pass. Why the fuck are you quitting now? That's what pissed you off. And now they're saying, yeah, you're right. Why are we quitting now? Let's take a step back and try to walk all this back. And they can. But you're saying, no, you can't. But they're like, but we just did. You just saw us go from Microsoft Gaming to Xbox Gaming. You just saw us walk back Game Pass from $30. Like, I won't be I'll tell you straight up right now. Don't be surprised if Game Pass makes less money this year. That means that we need to take a hit on Game Pass because at the end of the day, they're thinking to themselves, yeah, because this play is going to be a long-term play. We reduce the price of this, then we find other ways to grow Game Pass. We're not in revenue mode no more. We're in innovation mode. And if you're in innovation mode, you're trying to get people within the ecosystem. She said it herself. She said, we want daily active users in the Xbox ecosystem. We're not doing what Phil said, which is, we got to accept Nintendo players and PlayStation players. We have to accept this, guys. No, she said, fuck that. We're returning to Xbox. And you're saying,
dude, like none of them. None of what you think.
Ty.
Like this is something
never. We always connecting, bro. But this, I've never disagree with you more. I can't believe I'm hearing what's coming out of your mouth, bro. Because first of all, what you said, your first point, those games were great. That like Xbox doesn't have great games. They don't have they don't have games that are ambitious, that are trying to do something new. They don't have any of that. They're just they come out with Ubisoft level games. So they're not going to come back. Like gamers need something great. That's why they're going to come back. If it's great, they're going to come back. So that the whole Cyberpunk, No Man's Sky thing, those games were ambitious. And the overall design was great for those games. Then two, bro, the Xbox community, you give them a piece of candy, they're going to buy it. No matter what. Phil Spencer comes out on E3, announces a whole bunch of studios. We got to wait 10 years to get to these games. And then again, they're like B-rated games. They're like the Xbox community, you can't really trust the Xbox community because they fall for everything. They fall for every little thing.
So sorry, just one thing I just want to say. Right now, you're preaching. I'm going to let you.
Like I don't see it again. It's what you were saying about Asha. I think the Xbox Series X, again, it's the last chance. It's your last chance to convince people that you're here. You messed up because think about it. You had the Xbox, the original Xbox. It's like, oh, that's not bad. Then you had the 360. That puts you where you're actually people believe you can compete. Now with the Xbox One, you fumble. Okay, everybody fumbles. PlayStation 3, that was a fumble. Then Xbox Series X is your time to come back, make up for it. So there is still time left. You fumble with the Series X now. So now it's over. You kind of you lost everybody. You're not coming back. And what I'm saying is Xbox fans, they're very easy to come back. You got to just say the right things. I get it, Fuzzy. The marketing is a problem. It's great that they're improving the marketing. But what does that have to do with games?
So that's a good point. And one thing I've always said is that everything we're talking about isn't going to work if they don't actually make good games. Like I'll say right now, just keep doing what you're doing, if you're not going to change the games. Even with Game Pass, I said, yeah, okay, you reduced it back to like $22 or $23, cool. But if you're not going to grow it beyond that, then what's the point? If you can't find a way to sell more consoles to get more people to join Game Pass via the PC store and stay within that store, if you can't get more cloud users, you're back where you started. And I said this, that I believe she's identified these issues. Obviously, this is me just speaking a lot. I mean, she's kind of said stuff like this already, but I believe she's identified these issues that we need to grow the PC storefront. We need to grow the console and cloud. And I think she understands that it's the games that's also going to make it work. I think she's probably smart enough to see that, like, okay, well, why are our competitors selling their devices, and why are these titles selling more than our titles? And I think she comes to the conclusion that, like, it is the games. So you're right. I actually agree with you. I just think that, like, there will be a shift or a change in within the gaming structure of Xbox. So I guess that's my my response.
Booty's still there. Matt Booty is still there. Oh my god.
Yeah,
I have no faith. I have no faith in that guy.
Like, that's a valid point that you raised, Kendall, about Matt Booty.
But hold on, just real quick before you say this, I'm actually quite happy because, you know, the result, they came out of, like, they shut down a lot of games. Sorry, they shut down a lot of projects, and they shut down a lot of studios. I'm happy that is, because I want these studios to look at that and be like, oh shit, we might be next. I want Ninja Theory to look at that and be like, yeah, they shut those guys down, and they didn't do. They shut down Tango Gameworks, and they actually made a title that, you know, won awards. What's keeping us afloat here? Okay, we need to step up and actually make something that's going to sell and do well. Like, I want these people in a state of, I don't want to say fear, but in a state of, like, success is the only option. So now that I heard about this whole margin being reduced, the problem is kind of like, man, like, I don't know, man. I think maybe these guys need that pressure to be on. But I like, in the same way Asha's been listening, like, you know, I think she's been listening to, like, yeah, these studios are not actually, like, how the hell are we spending, like, it's like, what, 4 or 5 years making Kilm and freaking the Lighthouse game? And she's like, no, like, how are we doing that? But then Astro Ball drops, and that sounds like 2 or 3 billion or whatever it is. So I do think there's a push there from her to improve the quality of these games.
So, but, like, why is Matt Booty still up like fucking employed, bro? Because he was the guy. Like, I mean, this was Phil Spencer's guy that was supposed to go to all the studios, make sure that they were doing what they were supposed to be doing. He's fired. Sarah Bond is fired, rightfully so. A lot of people would argue, why the fuck is this guy got a job still? They all made the same millions for Xbox because of the fact that, like, if we have to talk about the millions that, like, for instance, that Xbox made, you know, since, like, your boy Matt Booty was employed, like, those W's have to go to whatchamacallit, to Phil as well. Like, to me, why that dude is still, like, it makes no fucking sense. Because he runs the actual studios that are supposed to do what you're saying supposed to happen. And he cannot do that. He's inept in doing that. He's the reason that Redfall was released. He was the guy that was overseeing all these games that all sucked. So are we saying he's still there because he greenlit a couple of projects that made, like, billions, and everything else failed? Like, that makes no sense to me. Like, I look at that, like, it contributes to this equation I have of Xbox. Xbox just doesn't get gaming. Like, in my opinion, like, when I look at Xbox, they don't understand how console gaming works.
They don't have good tastemakers right now, and that's what Sony's losing.
So Sony's losing that as well.
Sony's losing that as well because both of them, they don't have good tastemakers at the executive level. For sure, that is for sure. Because Starfield was supposed to be that red carpet moment. Like, you should have known Starfield was not it at that level.
Let me ask this question. Ty, which games has Matt Booty greenlit that meets the standard of yours of being like AAA 9 out of 10 games? because he's been in charge of the studios all the time. Which games has he done that is he greenlit that meet this like Sony level of excellence?
No, there's like AAA wise, none.
Why is he still got his job though?
Well, actually, let's slow down in a second. Forza, Fable's coming out, and so is Gears of War.
No. I mean, like one way he's got it. Like we don't know how Fable's going to be received. I mean, his actual record. Forza's one franchise, one game.
But this one is actually. I mean, I guess you could say the 343 game as well. Bungie.
Which one?
Halo Infinite.
Well, yeah. It's like
you can give him Halo. But like Halo is dying, like the studio has been shut down and renamed. Can he really take a W for that? Like as a win? Like
I mean, as a game,
straight out win.
I mean, like, as a game. Listen, I don't like Halo Infinite, but it does have an 87 Metacritic.
No, yeah, but like in terms of overall, it's part of your library. So you get like they got a good review out the gate, but the game got killed because of the fact of what it was supposed to be. Like everybody reviewed the campaign very well. The game, in terms of like what it was supposed to be, Infinite, which means that like infinite multiplayer and all that, it never met any of the metrics that it was supposed to. It failed to the point that like it literally right now people believe that Halo's dead. That Halo, like even if I asked you right now, is Halo like a Xbox console seller? You'll say no. So can we give that to him as a victory? Like Phil Spencer said this, and this was when he was his boss. He said, the day we cannot do Halo, then we shouldn't be in the Xbox business.
He didn't even believe that shit too. That was a bunch of bullshit.
It was a bunch of bullshit.
Because how you let Master Chief Collection come out, like you don't treat your remakes like that. That's why I can't believe. I mean, it's like how Rockstar got away with that shit. That shit is still mind-boggling. So how Rockstar got away with their remakes.
So like Rockstar got away with their remakes because of the fact that like GTA left to right is still making money hand over fist, regardless of what you think. So they knew that people are gonna buy it regardless of what like. But Xbox is not in that position. They're not in a Rockstar position where they can afford to upset their fans because of the fact that they know that their fans are still dependent on the product. Xbox does not make a single product right now that fans of Xbox are dependent on.
Yeah, and that's why it just goes back to let's just look at what studios they have and what they've come out with. This is what I'm saying. I'm looking at a lot of the Metacritics.
Yep.
And this is what I'm saying. I'm looking at it a bit different, but they really do be putting out Ubisoft level games.
Even worse than
they're like 80. Yeah, they're all in the 80s. Like Valhalla, 77. Like that's the games they're putting out. And then you left Matt Booty in charge. And so we
and you continue to leave him in charge.
Yeah, like we look at games. Let's look at Nintendo. Their games are at the highest level. Donkey Kong Bonanza, Mario Kart, Mario Odyssey. These are, first of all of the single player, all the exclusives that bring you in are single player. Mm-hmm. For the most part, on both sides, Nintendo and Sony.
But look at Sony. Look at Sony. Look at all their non-multiplayer games. All of them are 9 out of 10s.
Yeah, I don't know what they do. I was talking to. I remember the last conversation me and Ty had. I was saying they definitely, if you're gonna do this, if you're gonna go back to this, it's gonna take time. Let's see if you guys really have that time. But you're gonna need to license shit out, and you're gonna need to get some of your best teams. Like you're gonna really need to look at who you have, which studios you have, and see what they're capable of. And I don't think they know that whatsoever. It's good that they're doing the Blade. I think that studio is capable. Arcane Austin, Arcane Leon. I think the South of Midnight people are good enough if you give them a bigger budget. But it's like, that's another thing in and of itself. The game budgets.
So
yeah.
Let me ask you this question, right? And this is to you, Tai and Kennel. Give me the top 5 biggest franchises that Xbox has right now?
I'll tell you.
Not Minecraft. Wait. I'm assuming you're talking not like Minecraft and.
No, I'm talking about everything that's under Xbox.
Oh, sure. Okay, I'll tell you. Minecraft.
Minecraft, yeah.
Candy Crush.
Yeah.
Elder Scrolls.
Call of Duty.
In terms of made money.
Wait. Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
No, take that
well,
out.
this is actually what it is. Do you want to also include everything? All the IPs.
No, everything right now that's
everything right now
is
number 1 is, I'll probably say it's probably just Candy Crush. No, Minecraft number 1.
Yeah,
2 is
Minecraft.
Candy Crush. 3 is Call of Duty. 4 is Elder Scrolls. 5 is Forza. 6 is
okay. 5. That 5 is enough for me, right?
Okay,
that 5. Okay, so how many of those are hardcore Xbox games?
Elder Scrolls and Forza.
No, there's only one. It's Forza. Forza is the only actual Xbox because, they got.
You see, so the reason I'm gonna even push back to some extent.
You can push back. It's fine, and I'll allow you. And I'll say, okay, cool. You can add that in there.
Back is because if you were to ask PlayStation, what is I think what was it? They said that Call of Duty is in the top 10 for the last.
No, I said franchises from Xbox specifically.
Franchises from Xbox. Okay, so PlayStation will be God of War. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, they would only just have their franchise.
Yeah. I get you.
So your franchises are a whole bunch of games that are third party as well. And with one game that's really first party. And that's my problem, is that your culture is not one that cultivates first party mentality or mindset in the first place. You've created a situation where you've got none of the franchises, for instance, what's supposed to happen is very simple, is that whenever people think about Xbox, they're supposed to think about Halo, they're supposed to think about Gears, they're supposed to think about Forza, Fable, and whatever other game that comes first party from Xbox. And those are the games that in the core, not the overall audience that you get, the core audience that you have, those are the games that everyone, when they think about your franchise, they need to associate those with your franchise. And this is why I say that understanding the console industry, Xbox is so far removed from that. They don't have nothing close to that anymore.
Yeah.
All their franchises are associated with everything else except Xbox. Even Halo is not a system seller anymore.
Yeah, and that's why I'm sorry, Asha. I'm just confused. Can I get a quick temperature check on Gears of War?
Nobody. That's exactly my point. Is that no one is checking for Gears. No one was checking for Gears.
Yeah, it's like people are bringing this game up like it's really an anticipated game this year, and it's a bottom tier game. Gears was never a franchise that should have continued.
I agree with you. I think Gears peaked at the 360, and
to be clear, if Sony had purchased Hoyover, the biggest franchise would probably be Genshin Impact, right? If Sony had purchased Bethesda, rest assured, Elder Scrolls and Fallout will top anything that they have. Because Fallout 4, I think, shipped 40 million copies. If Sony had purchased CD Projekt Red, Cyberpunk and The Witcher 3 will be the top 2 franchises. So I think what you guys are doing here, maybe not for you, and what Asha is doing here primarily is that he's looking at acquired studios and assets, and he's saying that look at these guys. It's but Sony purchased Bungie. They purchased Destiny.
That's a good question. That's a good point. Is that all the franchises that you mentioned, when you were mentioning them, the one thing I want to say to you, the example to just detract from what you're saying is Bungie. Is that nobody looks at Bungie and thinks Sony.
Nobody looks.
That's exactly my point. Is that nobody looks at Call of
nobody looks at Minecraft or even Call of Duty or even
100%
Candy Crush and thinks
100%.
Xbox either.
100%, and that's my point. Is that there's no one checking for Xbox at all. Whereas with PlayStation, if you look at their most relevant games, they all come from Sony Studios. When people think about Last of Us, when they think about Uncharted, when they think about God of War, games that still matter in the industry today, they think about PlayStation games. They don't think about third-party games. That's exactly what I'm saying to you, is that there's nothing at Xbox that says, well, these are Xbox games that we need to get, except for Forza.
I agree, like, you know, from an Xbox Studios point of view, because they haven't been able to make the games like you know, like PlayStation, Nintendo has. However, I think, you know, wait till Forza Horizon 6 and wait till Gears of War E-Day and wait till
What's gonna change? What is the what is, like, we had Forza
I
Horizon
don't get
5
how
was great.
E-Day is not, and this is what goes back to Matt Booty. I love the Gears franchise. I love that shit. I played the remake this summer. But knowing that game, how they went with 4 and 5, they're not bad games by any means. They just simply don't push the franchise to another level. They don't bring anything new. They're just games they're games that came out. Yeah, you had a good time with it, and then you forgot about it. It reminds me of a little bit of like Hi-Fi Rush. It's a really good surprise. Like, if we knew about Hi-Fi Rush besides the shadow drop, that's what helped it. But if we knew, people would have bought Hi-Fi Rush, said it was a very good game, and then moved on. Like, people wouldn't have been crying for calling out a Hi-Fi Rush 2. But Gears 4, like, Gears of War E-Day, I don't know what people are expecting, because it all goes back to the point that E-Day is a creation because of their failure with 4 and 5. We were supposed to get a Gears of War 6.
So Tanya says Gears made mistakes with 4 and 5. The problem is, like, 4 and 5 were made by a separate studio from Gears 1 to 3. And the studio that made Gears 4 and 5 is the Microsoft studio, which is the coalition, which is still running Gears right now. So, like, what I'm saying to you is that, like, nothing has changed fundamentally within Xbox in terms of, like, how they make games. The fact, and the biggest culprit to that is Matt fucking Booty. Like, there's no excuse for Matt Booty to still be working at Xbox. I don't give a fuck how many millions he's made them. Fucking Phil Spencer made the millions. Sarah Bond made the millions. There's no...
Oh, shit.
You're a mute, or did you get you're talking so much shit, man? Your PC was like, man, shut the fuck up. He was like, yo, this guy's slandering Gears, man. Fuck you.
DDoS. You got DDoS, bro.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Fuzzy, you still here, right? Let me check.
That's gonna happen to me next if I don't be careful. Matt Booty gonna come after me.
Oh wait. I think Fuzzy, can you hear us? Oh yeah, I think you can.
Let me check the
Fuzzy.
stream.
As you're hearing, we're just going back and forth on Gears of War. Fuzzy disagrees that he thinks Gears is a top quality MIP. Definitely 4 and 5. Oh, wait. We back? Fuzzy hears us.
I think we're back.
Can't hear us still. I was saying kind of like, yeah, you're right. Like, Gears kind of came and went for me too. Like, Gears of War.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I like Fuzzy. I don't think it's a marketing problem. I just don't. I think Gears was a solid ass franchise, especially following Halo. Like, during the 360 days, it was like, oh shit, you had Halo carrying the Xbox, then you had Mass Effect 1 being exclusive, you had BioShock, and then you had the Gears franchise. So it's like it was like, whoa, it felt like a lot when Gears was doing its thing. Mm-hmm. But then when Gears ended, the trilogy it's perfect. The trilogy was perfect. And with that game, the cover shooting, there's not much you can do. It's like what Jaffe's talking about with Twisted Metal. He always goes like, what is there more you can do with Twisted Metal that hasn't been done already? And that is Gears of War. It's just, to me, I'm not, maybe it's a little harsh to say it never should have came back, but it should not have, it needed to be reevaluated of what you can do. Like, I think a better idea, what they should have done was more of a spin-off of Gears. But still, if it's not made by the original people, this is your time to do a new IP. You needed a new IP for the Xbox One, and you guys decided not to do that.
Yeah, so can you guys hear me?
Yeah, but you sound far away.
Yeah, so yeah, no, so my again, like I think I need to take my computer back. Yeah, like so when I stomped my fucking.
You're too low. You need to change your mic.
Yeah.
Is my mic too low? Okay. Sorry, go ahead. I'll change my.
Yeah, sure. No, I feel you with Gears, and I think one of the biggest things about like my booty still staying there is you guys know I made that video on him and the kind of things he can do. And I see the complaints that he's still there. I will say that like Craig Duncan is in charge of the day-to-day stuff, so it's not actually my booty. He's more on the executive side, and sometimes that might be just be it. Like the executive person is the one who isn't really forcing the guys to do whatever. But I do take the complaint like, listen, if you told me like Shu Yoshida is there instead, then perfect. Like so so I should agree with what you guys are saying. And overall,
like, he was a really good tastemaker. Like he was one of them ones.
Yeah, he knew how to make these titles. I'm also kind of, I know there was a lot of problems and stress with the with the margins, and people were kind of like freaked out, like, oh shit, like are we under pressure? And I think that's good. I honestly think I think it is. I think you can't turn around after 6 years and say, here's this indie game that we've just made that isn't going to sell copies or bring in Game Pass players. I think in reality that game doesn't exist because no one funds that. So why is Xbox funding it? And what Xbox said is like closing down that, shut down this studio, cancel this game, cancel that game, cancel this game, cancel that game, and yeah, y'all have some accountability margins to do. Where I disagree with with the whole Amy thing, is because I don't even necessarily believe that this was like a this is how it's gonna work. I think this was a case of like, well, the Xbox division isn't making money. It was a situation where the Xbox division, I mean, it was making money, but it was a situation where they weren't meeting their targets. And then they said, you know what, like, for some reason, because you don't want to reach your targets, I'm going to give you this accountability measure and force you to start making these corporate companies reach targets. Mr. Nice Guy, like, it ain't going to fly no more. So now you're telling me like, oh, well, these studios, they can't, like 30% is too high. It's like, yeah, but bruh, you wouldn't be in this situation if you were doing your job initially. The only reason why you're in this situation is because you didn't do your job properly. Therefore, now you got to deal with the consequences. You got to make up the money somehow. And that money, you either going to have to fire people or shut down projects. End of story. And I think that was good because now it's like everyone stops fucking around.
You're still low, Aushus.
Let's see. Sorry, I'm using my laptop because I had to log out of my main computer. So I'm not sure why it's still low. Yo, is it still low?
Yeah, it's still low.
I don't know then.
Fuzz, are you still there, or have you bounced off?
Let's see. I don't know. I've tried everything, and
Yeah. I like. I don't know, Ty. What? How do you feel about them doing new IPs?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's good. I think that they should definitely explore it.
Yeah.
You?
I think they should also explore, like I said, a little more license just to get that leg up, just to have that, you don't have to market as much. It's the IP itself is the marketing.
Yeah.
I think that would be a really good idea for them. Um,
No, I agree there as well, for sure.
like your games, also your games like Hogwarts Legacy, is it something special? No, not really. In terms of the design, you can make them pretty much cookie cutter as long as they fit the IP. I think
Mhm.
it's a little obviously making game is always going to be hard, but like you don't have to reinvent the wheel with it.
No,
So
I agree, and I think like you could pull from expertise. I wouldn't be like I think, for example, it's software. I know they want to make like a different game. Like, how about make a first-person shooter sci-fi game with RPG elements instead? You know, you guys have made Doom. Maybe that could
mhm.
work. Maybe the Call of Duty theme. I mean, obviously that's gonna be harder, but like the Call of Duty thing, they can take the experience and go make something even different as well.
Yeah.
You have these studios that have an expertise in making a specific kind of game. Well, branch out a little bit. Go get, I mean, Ninja Theory, they're great at making like graphics and stuff like that. They used to be good at making fighting games as well. So how about leverage expertise from different studios and be like, hey,
Yeah.
um, who like Obsidian, help them with the story, help them with the RPG elements, and just have them focus on the cinematics. There's so much you could do, and Xbox has so much of so much talent and so much studios that like
Yeah.
we really should be seeing these things.
Hey, bro, I'm telling you, I'm like, if I was an Xbox exec, I don't know if you played it. Did you play South of Midnight?
Not yet.
It's one of those games where it's like, I think the score, I would have given it a 80 Metacritic to me. I would have given it an 80. But it's like compulsion. The biggest thing you can see from playing that game, it's like there is something with this studio
Mhm.
that they're delivering better than the rest of the Xbox studios, which is I think one of the most commercial things in gaming right now, which is
Mhm.
story.
Mhm.
Like the gameplay it isn't all there. It's repetitive. The combat is good enough. It's
Mhm.
definitely good enough, but the storytelling is batting way above the average for that game.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
right there is where if it were me, I would give them definitely. I think they're sticking around. They're hiring for another game, but it's like let's see what you could do with more.
Mhm.
I want you to keep leveling up and giving them the support
Not
because
even more. Like, yeah, for sure more. But I would say um the creativity, the
yeah,
story, the music, all that kind of stuff. Keep that. However, the gameplay director, you're gone.
yeah,
There's a new gameplay director from whichever studio who actually knows how to make good gameplay, who knows how to make good wall running, who knows how to to do that kind of stuff. Because you guys are an expert when it comes to this specific thing, but you fall short in these other places. So how about we just help you?
exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like they have to know this because that's what I felt when playing South of Midnight. I'm like, yo, this is finally an Xbox game that's new that I thoroughly enjoyed, and I felt like the storytelling was on the level of Sony games. Like all the great storytelling games that we've had, it was
Mhm.
on the level of that. And I'm like, that's something it's really refreshing from Xbox is we have not seen that in such a long time. So again, it's up to them. They got to see what they have, and I just can't stress more enough. They're one of the studios I think that can help them make great exclusives.
No, I agree. I agree. Asha isn't really a big fan of them, but I think he's a fan of them in the sense of like from a gameplay point of view because they have so much potential, but Xbox just didn't utilize them to the level that they should have. Get like imagine a project where Compulsion is the other ones who are writing the story, that they have all the creative elements. Ninja Theory are dealing with the graphics, and from a gameplay perspective, maybe you get the guys who worked on Call of Duty or whatever to make the play, you know what I mean? So now you have this unique world with, fun gameplay and graphics with, a unique storyline. That is the kind of synergy that they should be working on. It's just like, how do we leverage these talents across the board?
Exactly. Like, I don't see why you can't have id Soft with like, this is all it takes is just a discussion. Go to wherever that, I think they're in Texas. Talk to id Software. How are you guys feeling about new ideas? Like new games? Do you always want to do Doom? Usually they don't always want to do Doom. I mean, usually studios don't always want to do the same game. What can you give them? It's like one of those things. It's like, well, we would really like you guys to do something that is not a new IP, but is an existing one. Because a lot of people want them to do a different kind of Halo game. That would be interesting. Now you have Blizzard. What can they do with the Xbox IP? I definitely don't think Perfect Dark should be done with, because Perfect Dark it's a very cool genre that you can do. It's a very easy genre. You look at James Bond. All you gotta do is just do something a little bit different and just go back to it. I just don't. When you're saying you're going back to exclusives, just walk the walk. I want to see how you're going to do it. I don't think it's impossible, but like, don't just do the stupid mistakes as last time.
No, I agree. I agree. All these changes that they're doing, it doesn't matter if they don't release console selling games, games that bring people to the ecosystem. Like they need these things to work, and they have to work well. The reason why you're in this situation in the first place is because you weren't selling the consoles. It's because you weren't growing your PC user base. It's because you weren't growing cloud to the level that you expected. And at some point, the finances caught up with you. And the execs were asking for the pound of flesh, and you had to deliver. This is one of those cases of if you had if you had managed studios correctly, you'd be in a position where you didn't have to make these situations. Like, can you imagine a situation where ABK, closes, but at the same time, when ABK is closing, you have Everwild dropping, right? But it just doesn't drop. It dropped maybe 2 years before because, like I said, that game was in development for 10 years. So that game drops. So that money that brings in like whatever, 700 million in revenue. Cool. Like $1 billion, right? And then Rare drops another game, which is Banjo-Kazooie. Boom, more cash. You have a situation where all these other developers like Avowed and Outer Worlds 2, and they're actually good games, and they're all dropping like faster. You can, even if Amy and everyone is asking you for like for margin increases, you buffer that because you're dropping quality content. Because you're dropping quality content, your ecosystem is doing better. Your cloud is selling, PC selling, console selling. You're winning. Maybe you don't even have to shut down your studio. Maybe you get to maybe Tango even gets to stay around. But because you are not doing this, it led to this situation.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting spot. I still think they're no matter what, they're
Asha.
very exciting.
Are you like happy with what you're seeing from her, or are you like, what the fuck is going on?
It's just, again, I sound like a hater. They're like, this is full hater mode, but it's like, yeah, this is what we've been waiting for. Someone who's acting on it. I like how she's acting on stuff, and we're seeing it. Like you said, like you cannot deny that. It's just weird that it seems it was this easy. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, so you brought up the Game Pass price, and you were like, oh,
guys,
no. Yep.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Okay, no, sorry, finish. Like, I just had to listen to old Taye's bullshit now. Like, I was like, no, this is not right. Like, this is all fucking bullshit. Like, he's talking cock. Like, Taye. Anyway, sorry. Finish.
Your PC kicked you out because you were talking smack.
No, because like the shit that you're talking right now, pretending like the amount of excuses you're making, like these guys would not be making money if ABs. I'm like, no. Like all they got here because of the fuck. They were not able to make money the conventional way. It's not like this is not a matter of like they lost, like they missed a point. Like they made decisions that put them down this road. And this goes back to 2014. They made decisions going back to 2014 where they decided not to focus on this thing. They didn't prioritize console gaming. They decided to prioritize TV. And what did that end them? It lost them that generation. And then when they were in a position where they could compete, when they had all the resources, they chose still not to compete with Sony. And then now they're in a position where like they nobody cares about them. They completely irrelevant. Now it's like, well, if they had done this and that, I'm like, no, they had they had ample opportunity to do all those things. They chose not to do that. Xbox's failure has got nothing to do with a misstep. It's got to do with purposeful decisions where they just made bad decisions and they continue to make bad decisions. Like, give me a decision, like anything that has led. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off. You know what's weird? Just to add on to this point, right? They kept wanting to do more by buying acquisitions, and you know who clearly was egging them and just saying yes to everything? Matt Booty, because there's an interview where he's like, "We would outspend Sony."
Exactly, and that's what he thought, and that's my thing. Like, Kenwell, is the fact that like the decisions, like the people who put Xbox in this position are still at Xbox. Like, you can blame Sarah, like wasn't it Sarah Bond? You can blame Phil Spencer, but Xbox is not going to become a better company. Like the fact that Matt Booty is still in charge, dude. Like he's the guy that signed off these games that you guys talk about that don't exist on Xbox. So this guy was not signing off any AAA games. He was just signing off fucking Minecraft bullshit. Like that's the shit that he was signing off and he was happy with because it was making money. But he was not signing off anything that actually did any or had any impact in the gaming industry. And he's been doing that for the last 10 years. And this is the guy that you live in charge. You fire Phil, the visionary behind everything. You fire Sarah, who was the money maker behind Game Pass, and then you leave this guy in who's not done the one thing that you need for you to have successful exclusives. Like I don't understand. Like how does that work? This guy is so unsuccessful at having good exclusives, 9 or 10 games that carry your platform. He can only do games that transcend, like that are like he can do the games that if Microsoft, and this is my point, if Microsoft is saying we just care about live services, we just care about like weekly active users, then fine, then you know what, Matt Booty's your guy. But don't complain when you don't have a Saros, when you don't have a Last of Us, when you don't have AAA games. You're never gonna have AAA games under Matt Booty. Period. It's not gonna happen.
You suck, bro. No. All that you're saying is true. Well, true in the sense that, like, the person who was supposed to deliver the first party titles is still there. So I think it's justified for people to feel like there isn't going to be any major changes from a gaming front. And heck, I would even admit and say so myself that the idea that you know, the studios are going to operate the exact same way. Is I'm just looking at like different variables that makes me think that. But if there was like a complete change in the same way, how does it change like for, you know, with Asher and Phil and Sarah, that you'd see something like, you know, something more definitive. So I agree overall. However, I will say that like they definitely were competing. They just were competing incorrectly and focusing on the wrong things that they thought would allow them to compete. Like 100%, the Series S console is competing. Like releasing a console that you're losing $200 on to try to court people from different platforms, aka PlayStation and the Nintendo Switch to some extent, that is competing. Sony wasn't taking $200 per device. Releasing a device that was more powerful than your competitors and charging it at the exact same price, yeah, that was competing, like 100%. But the problem was they weren't wise enough to realize that, like, because the opposition is the leading platform, people are going to make games for that opposition first. So they're not going to be able to utilize the power, and actually end up hurting them in the end, because now you're taking huge losses on a device that's more expensive than your rival. Sorry, that's more expensive to manufacture than your rivals, and you're not even selling that much either. So when you have to like make up the margin, you're gonna have to increase the price even more because it's more powerful. So you could say that decision, even though it was it was a good decision on the surface, deep down it had consequences. You can say Game Pass was them literally telling you straight up, like, yeah, we're gonna give you every single game day one. That is a very good competitive outlook. Sony even said it themselves. It's a threat. It's a problem. Sony recognized that was a huge deal. But again, what did Jim Ryan say? Yo, you've invested millions and you still at 30. So it's not that they didn't want to compete. It's just that they were inadequate in competing even on the Game Pass front. And what's up next? Even the cloud stuff. Okay, they wanted to compete. Like they were putting every single game on the cloud. They were trying to push cloud, but guess what? Cloud wasn't taking off the same way it was going to take off. Apparently, even Sony thought cloud was going to take off. They thought Stadia was going to fuck up their game, but it didn't. So now another competitive outlet, which is cloud, has been gone. So they had all these things there. It's just the execution was poor. That was essentially it. The execution was poor. So I don't want to say that they didn't compete. I think you can say they didn't compete appropriately and they didn't compete well enough, and it was a blunder. This is like Man United. I don't know if you guys watch football, but the owners, people could like to abuse the owners of Arsenal and Man United and say, you guys don't care about the club, you do whatever club, and they're like, bro, we literally gave $1 billion in transfers. Now the person in charge of the transfers, he bought players that ended up sucking and being bad. But you can't say we didn't give you $1 billion. We did. It was just bad buys. That doesn't mean we didn't try. We flopped, but we definitely tried. So it's you know, so I think it's the same thing. It's the same thing here. I mean, they bought Bethesda. They wanted Bethesda to be exclusive, but you know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I just feel that, like, you know what, like in my next life, maybe
No, I know you feel that way, but let's just be very clear. Everything I said there is correct.
No, like not like everything that you said is conjecture based on your feeling of what's going on.
So Matt Booty saying we can outspend them, and Phil Spencer sending an email, we have the better superior product than PlayStation. I think we're going to do great here. Like all these things via the email, it's fake.
Well, no, it's not fake. It's like it's their hubris because they're not bringing anything to the table as to how they're going to do this. Like, you know what? I think my formula for the next time when I come back in my life, you know, for me to be successful, is my fucking last name needs to be ass cheeks, because like that seems to work. Then you don't have to produce actual results in terms of like the metrics that you're supposed to actually produce for. Like what like my point is very simple, Ty, is that like with the money that they had, so why are you proposing a plan where you can you can outspend Sony, but you don't do it?
I mean, I guess you could say ABK and Bethesda was outspending them, no?
No, well, like no, but like you know, they said like we'll spend them under. You buying Bethesda and you buying Activision Blizzard only for you to put all your games on PlayStation is not you spending Sony
So
under the ground.
there was a guy working at Xbox, and he said that when the ABK thing was like, he doesn't work there anymore, but he was like, he's been in these rooms before, and he says like, and he knows people there, and he basically just said that like, they didn't think the ABK thing was going to take so long. And as the ABK thing was taking that long, there was this shift happening in the industry where things weren't growing the way everyone thought it was going to grow anymore. Things were actually like shifting. And then it then became a case of like, oh, wait, this purchase we're making, this thing we're doing, does that actually make sense? Like, you got to think about it this way. If you ask Sony right now, why did you buy Bungie? They'll tell you why. They're like, yeah, the projections say we got to buy them because live service games, we want to make live service games. But then it flopped for Sony. The difference is Sony spent $4 billion and Xbox spent $70 billion.
100%. So like my
wait. But you can't say that's the competing, because if they can turn around and say our partner, our rival is spending $4 billion on this, and we're spending $70 billion, you're saying, oh, you guys were not competing.
I can. If you buy a football player that costs 1 billion and I buy one that costs 5 million, and my 5 million football player goes on to score me 10 goals and yours doesn't score any fucking goals, that means that you're just a shitty business. You don't understand how to purchase correctly to be able to strategically position yourself. Like that's got nothing to do with like it just means that you're bad at business.
That doesn't
you're not good at what you do.
That means you're bad at business. Doesn't mean you're not competing. Okay, here's a question for you. Was Dreamcast trying to compete?
Absolutely, of course. Like, well,
whoa. But they got their ass kicked, right? So they weren't trying to compete.
They got their ass kicked, absolutely, but they were trying to compete. Yes.
Okay, so how wasn't Xbox trying to compete by buying Bethesda, buying Playground Games, buying Undead Labs, buying all these?
Okay, cool. So let me ask you one question.
To compete?
Okay, cool. Fair enough.
How's it not trying to compete in releasing two consoles?
Okay, cool.
The Series
Fair
X
enough.
and the Series
Fair
S?
enough. So what did they use? Okay, cool. Out of those assets, what did they use out of those assets to compete against Sony? Which one of those assets did they leverage against Sony to compete?
What do you mean? Which one of these assets did they leverage?
Which one of the assets that you just mentioned did they leverage against Sony to compete?
Which assets? The consoles? I mean, they released the Series
No,
S,
I mean, out of like you just mentioned the companies that they bought. Out of the companies that they bought during the 360 or the Series XS era, which one of those assets did they leverage to compete against Sony?
Obsidian?
Games? I mean, I do think they were trying to compete. It's just the execution.
Yeah. No, but I'm asking, like, he's bringing up specifically Activision and Bethesda. I'm asking him, between Bethesda and Activision, which one of those did they?
I mean, was it Starfield an exclusive game?
Bethesda was the competition. They did that.
Cool. So he mentioned one game.
Wasn't Starfield? Wait. Wasn't Hi-Fi Rush and Starfield and Redfall exclusives?
Yeah, but like again, so you having exclusives that were okay, it is because you said to me that they bought these companies to compete.
Yes.
Like you already have exclusives, so we understand that exclusive exists within the industry. You having exclusive doesn't mean that you're competing. It just means you have exclusive. So which of those exclusives do they use effectively to compete?
No, how does not having exclusives mean you're not competing?
Okay, so having exclusives by virtue means that you're competing. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, by default, yes.
So by default, having exclusives means that you're competing. So now, okay, cool. So in Xbox's current position, they're competing against Sony, correct?
No, because you're pivoted now.
Wait, hold up. Like, answer my question. So entering this war, the war with the Series X
the PS5. Now under Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond, before they both left, they weren't competing against Sony. Now they were effectively trying to compete, you could say, to some extent against Steam.
So when did they start to compete against Sony?
When they bought Bethesda, I would say.
No, but that's not what he's saying.
No. But they started to compete against Sony. First of all, the Xbox One. Wait, was the Xbox One competing against the PS4?
It was supposed to.
Does the Xbox Series X and S have more exclusives than the PS4 than the Xbox One?
I don't believe so. Like we can have a look at that, but because a lot of the games that are on the Series X and S are available everywhere.
Fair enough. Did
It
the
barely
Xbox,
has any
did the Xbox
exclusives.
Series
Like
X,
the Xbox One has more
wait,
exclusives.
did the Xbox Series X and S as
Mhm.
a console and platform have more unique selling points or pillars
What are
that
those
will be
selling
more
points? Please list them.
competitive that makes it more competitive than the Xbox One?
Like, I mean, what are those selling points? Because I will put it down to you that the Xbox One actually had more competitive selling points, and it's proven in terms of like if how it even finished. Like,
Like,
what are the selling points for the Xbox Series X and S?
no, I'm asking like what did the Xbox One have that made it more like
Okay,
competitive than
for
the
one,
Xbox
it had exclusive Halo games that only existed on its platform.
Mm-hmm.
It had exclusive Gears
Halo
games
Halo
that
Infinite
only
is only on Xbox.
no, it's on PC and it's on Xbox One.
But no, but talking about PlayStation.
No, I'm talking about just in terms of having exclusives, bro.
Okay, well then, if your argument, okay, well then, if
So,
your argument
like,
is,
do you know that? Wait, let me
wait,
finish. Let
wait,
me
wait,
finish.
wait.
Let
If
me
your
finish.
argument is
Halo 5
just
wasn't
wait,
even on
I just
PC,
gotta finish
bro.
this point because it's gonna
It
like
had so
no,
they believed in the Xbox
wait.
One so much.
Let me say this, and then you can
Okay.
kind of you can shoot off. I promise. I swear. If you're saying that by going to PC by default you are never competing, then fair enough. As soon as they put the games on PC, they stop competing with PlayStation. Okay, so forget about the Series X and S then, because what you're then saying is that like as soon as they started putting games on PC in 2018 or 2017, they weren't competing. So my next question is, why did you buy a Series X and S if they weren't competing?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Then
I'm
why did you bring
saying
up the
you
PC
asked me a
point?
question. You asked me a question about like whether or not the Xbox One or the Series X had more things to compete with, and I was answering your question. I'm
Okay,
saying
fine,
to
right,
you
yeah.
that the Xbox One had way more things to compete with because it had actual exclusives. The Halo game that you played on Xbox One was only available on Xbox One, and that was Halo 5. Halo 5 was never released on PC. It was never released on any other platform. Like the Xbox One still had actual console exclusives that actually made a difference if you look at like how much they sold at the end of the day. So if you're saying that like Xbox did way more back then than they did with the Series X and S in terms of exclusives, absolutely. Another thing that they did back then is that they actually got a third-party game as exclusive, which is something that Sony they've been fucking them this entire generation, and they've not responded. Back in the Xbox One era, they actually had Tomb Raider as an exclusive to Xbox. Something that Xbox would never do today, which is try and get an exclusive game away from PlayStation. None of that has happened this generation to favor Xbox, and Sony has used that every single turn that they have. They've released so many games, either games coming out first on PlayStation or not coming out on Xbox at all. So, like in terms of competitively, the Xbox One was way more competitive than the Series X and S.
Okay, let me
Even
even
though it
grant
failed, it still sold more because
let
it
me
was
even
more
grant you
competitive.
that. That doesn't dispel the fact that they were competing against PS5.
Okay, cool. So name some of the ways that they competed against PS5.
You don't
Name some of the.
you don't think Game Pass is a way to compete?
But I thought Game Pass is not a console seller. Aren't
No,
you supposed to sell?
it's a unique selling
You
point to
said
your
to me
platform.
like
It's a
specifically
unique
that
selling
Game
point to
Pass
your
is not
it's a
supposed to sell
unique
consoles,
selling
or Game
point to
Pass
your
doesn't
platform.
sell
It's a
subscription services.
unique
Don't
selling
sell
point.
consoles.
Okay, so Game Pass is not competitive. It did
No,
nothing.
I'm asking you. Like you're the one that said that Game Pass doesn't sell consoles.
I said it doesn't sell consoles, but
Okay,
does that mean
cool.
it's not a unique selling point to your platform?
No, but like, wait, your platform is a console.
If when all things are the same, PlayStation has 10 games on Metacritic that are 990 plus, and Xbox has 10 games on Metacritic that are 90 plus, and all things are the same, right? For argument's sake, Xbox releases God of War Ragnarok, PlayStation releases Spider-Man 2. All things are equal the same.
Yeah.
This is when the selling point becomes, what does your platform have that the other one doesn't? Again, I don't know about you guys, but the PS3 did well here, apart from just, the fact that it's a European country, it's a European place. Yeah, hear me out. The PS3 did well here because people could say, oh, I don't need to buy online. to play with my friends. So when all things were the same between Xbox 360 and PS3, it was like, well, this one I don't need to pay online, and I like playing Call of Duty, and that's going to cost me $60 extra a year. People shifted to PlayStation 3. It became the tipping point over. So I'm saying if all things are the same,
that's a good point that you raised.
Game Pass could bring you in. So it is a unique selling point. It doesn't sell consoles.
Bro, like that's a brilliant point that you bring up. I don't know if I don't think Kenwell's still with us.
Yeah,
but okay, that's a brilliant. Are you still here? Okay, so Kenwell, you can go ahead and have a look at this, right? So during that time, who had the most online players? Because that was one part of the competition, was the fact that, like, well, PlayStation was offering free online, versus play, and Xbox was asking you to pay via gold. Who had the most successful?
PS3
who had the most successful online service during that time?
They're in 360. 360.
So the guys that were asking you to pay for an online service had the most successful service, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Sony, who were saying like you can play free online, which they later switched anyway. Like they were doing far worse. Like we can easily say that Gold was doing way better than PlayStation Plus. I don't know if it was Plus at that time, but like, yeah, it was doing way better than PlayStation Online or PlayStation Plus.
Yes.
I just want to understand. So I'm trying to understand here. So what are you saying about them being competitive? Because they got their asses handed to them by a huge margin. Like in terms of online play,
hold on.
PlayStation
dominated. You keep saying that's because you failed in your like. Okay, if you're gonna do that, then let's just do this. Dreamcast failed, therefore they weren't competing. Correct?
No, they were competing, but they failed.
Wait. So why is it that when Xbox fails, they're not competing? When Dreamcast fails, even worse, they're competing.
Yeah,
well, because the Dreamcast had online, right? It flopped, didn't it?
But like I mean, like online was not a big deal back then. That's not
qualifiers now. No, but bro, you're not applying the same reasoning.
Well, okay, so but like I'm trying to understand your reasoning. So how am I not applying the same reasoning?
Because the PS3, one of the reasons why Sony made the PS3 online free was differentiate from Microsoft. Microsoft had been charging for online play since the original Xbox 2001 and continued with the Xbox Live Gold. Sony positioned the PS3 as the more consumer-friendly option,
but it failed
online. Does that mean it didn't compete? The reason why they had it in the first place was because they wanted to attract more users. That is competition.
Okay, fair enough.
You keep saying that they didn't compete. Like, wait,
hold on. What is the parallel between this and Xbox? Like, so explain the parallel between this and Series X.
Was the Xbox 360 cheaper than the PS3? Yes, correct. Yeah. Do you think Xbox made that decision consciously because they felt that like this would be a better competition? They allowed them to.
They made that decision for Sony, so they were being preemptive in terms of their competition. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And would you say that was competition?
So I'm trying to understand the parallels between this and the Series X.
When Xbox when Xbox says here's a superior console in the Series X and there's a cheaper version in the Series S, is that them trying to compete?
Absolutely. If they
so why are you saying they're not competing? Why'd you say they weren't competing?
Well, no, because that's not what you didn't. We're not talking about hardware. You were talking about games, and I'm saying to you in terms of games they were not competing. And I'm saying, give me examples in terms of games where they were competing.
I don't know how to answer that question.
That's my question, and that's my point to you. Is that like in terms of hardware, I didn't disagree with you that they were competing.
What you're saying is that they failed in releasing games that could attract users or great games or whatever it is. I agree. That doesn't mean they didn't try.
So hold up.
They made Starfield an exclusive.
Hold up.
They made Avowed an exclusive.
Hold up.
They made Hellblade 2 an exclusive. Like, Sea of Thieves was
okay. Hold up. But like,
so
hold up.
So was Halo. So was Redfall.
No. Hold up. So you look at those games, Ty, and in your wisdom, are those games competitive against the caliber of games that offered by Sony? Again, Microsoft is the most money.
What you're doing is you're saying that their games were weaker. That doesn't mean they didn't
try. No. I'm using your metric about competitiveness. So you are the biggest. Like, okay, simple question: At the time when Sony was when Xbox was competing against Sony, were they the bigger company? Yes or no?
Xbox versus PlayStation.
Yes.
Sony was bigger.
Sony was bigger than Microsoft.
No, sorry, PlayStation was bigger than Xbox, but Microsoft was bigger.
Okay, wait. Okay, cool. So let's go back to that definition of you. So you saying Sony was bigger? So you think Sony was a bigger gaming company than Microsoft? Or Xbox?
Yeah, than Xbox. Yeah, PlayStation is bigger than Xbox.
Well, PlayStation is the main generator, like revenue generator for Sony. Period. It's bigger than all their studios. It's the biggest part of their business.
Mm-hmm.
But was Sony? Do you think Sony could have been able to buy Activision Blizzard?
No, I mean they would have to merge with them probably, something like that.
No,
definitely not.
You think
Definitely.
they would be able to buy, because that's the point you're making here. You think they would be able to buy Activision Blizzard?
No, I mean, for argument's sake,
okay,
no.
cool. So okay, cool. So Sony can't buy Activision Blizzard. So do you think Sony's gaming business is bigger in terms of in terms of the assets that they can leverage for competition? Do you think Sony has more assets than Microsoft?
Than Xbox for gaming.
So why are you separating? Okay, so now you're doing this thing where you're separating Microsoft. So can Xbox just buy assets by themselves?
No. Do you mean Xbox or okay? You mean PlayStation? You keep saying Sony, so you keep saying Sony, Microsoft.
Sony. Okay, very simple. Whether you say Sony or PlayStation is simple. Sony, the biggest part of Sony is PlayStation right now. You agree with me?
No, I don't know about
that. Look it up. Like, what is the biggest in terms of Sony's business outside their insurance business in in Japan, where they sell like life policies or car policies? Like their biggest part of their business is
yes, PlayStation. Yeah, PlayStation.
Outside Japan, the biggest part of their business is PlayStation.
Yeah. Go on.
Okay, so the biggest part of Sony, right, which funds everything that they do, is PlayStation. You agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
So that is the part that they're competing within gaming. You agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
So Microsoft, right? Xbox. Do they have more money to spend than PlayStation?
Mm-hmm. They do.
Okay, so Xbox. Do you believe that Xbox has more money to spend on gaming than PlayStation?
They do.
Okay, cool. So, how much did Xbox spend this generation just on how much did Microsoft spend on Xbox just this generation?
Don't know.
You know very well.
I mean, they did ABK.
How much did Xbox spend? Give me an estimate. Give me an estimate.
If you just talk about acquisitions, they just rounded up to like 80 billion.
Oh, they spent 80 billion, right? On gaming. How much did Sony spend?
I don't know, 6 billion, 5.
Okay, so Sony spent 6 billion in gaming. Microsoft spent 80 billion in gaming. Who has the market share?
PlayStation.
What is the difference between the market share between PlayStation and Xbox?
2-1.
I don't understand the point.
2-1. Go on.
2-1.
I mean, 3-1. Is it?
Like, I mean, Xbox is. I'll explain the point, Kenwell, very shortly. So what's the difference? It's what, like it's 5-1. My understanding.
I think 5-1 in Europe.
PlayStation is sitting at like 100 million. Xbox is sitting at like 30 million. Last time I checked, right?
Yeah, true.
Okay, cool. So this is my point: is that with less resources, with less infrastructure, Sony was able to sustain and maintain their entire hold on console gaming.
Yep.
Xbox gained nothing. They actually lost market share after buying Activision for 80 billion. After buying Bethesda for 8 billion. They lost market share in the industry. So explain that to me. So the guys that had less maintained more market share to the point that they have like 2/3 or 3/3 of the market share right now. The guys that actually had more to spend, who spent more this generation on gaming, actually ended up with the least amount of market share.
Yep. Agreed.
Kenwell, are you understanding what I'm trying to say here?
I'm sure he understands, but the point that I think,
I think
let me speak for him.
Yeah, I thought the original point Ty was trying to make was Xbox was competing. They failed at competing. You're saying they weren't competing.
No, like so Kenwell, listen to this. So these guys who are competing, they spent 88 billion to lose. Explain that.
Whoa. Let me explain to you. Yeah. You can compete and still lose. You said it yourself. You said they spent 80 billion to lose. But let me just finish this point real quick. Bayer Leverkusen is a team in Germany. They're like not even Bayer Leverkusen. What's this name? The Red Bull team, whatever it is. Or Bayer Leverkusen. They don't spend that much money at all. They spend barely anything, right? And they're probably a team that probably should become maybe like 8th or 9th or 10th. They won the German league, another cup. No one would ever say Bayern Munich, who spends way more money, wasn't trying to compete. What you're doing is you're attributing failure to competition. And then I say, well, let's test that across the board.
Yeah.
And I give you Dreamcast, and your response is, well, they were competing. So that's where your logic falls apart, because it seems like you're giving Xbox a special treatment. Wait. Was the GameCube competing?
Okay, so there's two things. Was the GameCube competing, or was the GameCube competitive? And it's the same point that I would raise with your Dreamcast points. Like you're saying, well, were they trying to compete? Absolutely. Were they competitive? No.
Okay, so was Xbox
they didn't have a chance.
Compete?
They didn't have a chance at all.
Okay, so same thing for Xbox then. Competitive and
no. The difference with Xbox is that like GameCube and Dreamcast didn't have the amount of resources to compete with Sony. Which is something that we've discussed to say that to win the console war,
Are you saying that
money typically is the answer? If you have the most money, you should win.
Are you saying that money can buy you success in the game?
Absolutely. In gaming, absolutely. Are you saying that money can't buy you success in gaming?
So honestly, I just don't really believe that, because I think
I don't care what you believe. Hold up, Ty. Remember, we're not talking about your feelings.
No, hold on. Hold on. Club Scare just sold 8 million copies, and it costs like 15 million to make.
Okay,
right?
Yeah.
I think what you're trying to imply here is like, well,
how much did it sell? Hold up. How much did it sell?
Here is that what you're trying to say, like, because you've spent 200 million on a game, by default, you should be the best selling game.
No. Hold up. So repeat your point about Club Scare.
It just sold 8 million copies.
Okay, happy now. Yeah, happy with that.
Okay, yeah. So and it costs like was it 20 million to make?
Well, I mean, like the conversations I'm saying, like the money actually was excessively more.
If I'm reducing your point to its core, what you're essentially saying is like, because you put X amount of money in the game, your game therefore should sell way more and should succeed. That's how the game industry works. There's a reason why indie games or Hades 2 or those sort of been like, God damn, no, not that game. Or what's that game? Not Ori. The game that did really well. The other indie game that did really well. Whatever, you know what I mean? Like, all these
I know what you mean. I would love for you to bring this back to console gaming and how console gaming works.
Because again, indie games don't sell well on console gaming.
Sorry?
I mean, Clubs Girls sold on console gaming and
it did, absolutely. But I would love for you to bring this to be like a comparison between Sega, Nintendo, and
wait.
Bring me that example.
Wait, hold on. Didn't Concord cost like Didn't Concord cost like 300 million or something, and it completely
400
flopped?
million by many account? Yes.
Okay, so are you saying PlayStation doesn't compete because they had that failure?
PlayStation is competing very much, but I want you to bring this back to console gaming.
But they released a game that completely flopped, and by your definition, you're spending 400 million, and if you don't do well, you're not competing.
Of course they can. Why does Sony? Sony is the leader of the market. Why do they have to? Who are they competing against? Who do they need to beat?
Okay, wait.
Games can sell nothing.
So when Sega released Shenmue, which was one of the most expensive games at the time, and it completely flopped, in comparison to what Final Fantasy did, what Nintendo did with Mario 64, you're saying like Sega, they actually went trying to compete. They were just taking the piss.
I mean, like when Sega was releasing Shenmue against PlayStation, they were definitely taking the piss. That game was never going to even do like nothing against the PlayStation.
Okay, were they competing? Was the Dreamcast competing?
No, like I mean, like were they trying to compete? I think they were trying to compete, but it was not. It was not significant.
Was
no
Xbox
one cares
trying to compete
with what?
With PlayStation.
But okay, give me examples. Like you're talking about Series X.
That's for examples. this motherfucker as examples for Dreamcast.
I want to be specific because of the fact that we went from Sega, which was very far. Dreamcast is very far from where we are. So which are you talking about? We talked about like the Xbox One generation. So
Sony is pretty much all pixel anime now. Everything else has gone away down from Sony's peak. Well, Fuzzy, you let us know what you think. Do you think Xbox wasn't trying to compete at all? Like they were just like,
I think Xbox was trying to compete.
When was Xbox trying to compete, Ty? Like when to you was Xbox trying to compete?
I feel like Xbox was trying to peak in the beginning of the Series X.
Okay, so that's a good question. I love that. So Ty, I'm gonna answer Kenwell. So Kenwell, what were the launch products that were competing against?
No, wait, hold on, wait.
You keep quiet.
No, I know you're gonna say. I just want to say this.
No.
Ushers, wait. I promise this is gonna be 5 seconds. Just give me 5 seconds. I promise
Ken will answer this question.
Funny.
Oh my gosh,
yo,
I've been going back and forth with you.
I know. I just want to say a point.
Finish the question.
I just want to say a point. I just want to say a point to you. Yeah, I'm saying so we don't like over expand this conversation. Instead of asking Ken Wall, oh, what were the games? You just tell him the games. Like you tell him what you think, so he doesn't have to like. Okay,
no, why am I telling him? No, I want him
because this is not that kind of debate. This kind of discussion is different. It's like I'll tell you what I think, but you tell me what you think, but you're asking me to like, oh, what do you think about this? No. You just tell me what you think, so then he can then respond directly to what you're saying and back and forth. And same thing with me.
Okay, cool. So what must I ask Ken?
No, you asked him what games did they release on the launch. Well, you just say, well, no, Ken. Well, I don't think that they were competing because they didn't release any good games at launch time.
Yes, that was my opinion. And then I asked the question.
Yeah, and then he could then push back. That's what because this is gonna get bogged down in back and forths.
Yeah, but my thing is this: like, I asked that I did everything that you just said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then I didn't need to add any qualifiers.
And then now Ken can respond and say, "Fuck your point."
Why does he have to listen to you before he can respond? Because you didn't make any new points. You just remade my same point.
I was okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Ken, please.
Okay. So the games, you're absolutely right. This is what I'm getting at, and this is where I think Ty is getting that too. They just sucked. So you're absolutely right. The launch year, the only major exclusive thing was the Medium and Gears Tactics. That shit is doo-doo. That shit is dirt.
And again, those were not exclusive. Those
aren't really exclusives. Then in 2021,
available on on the previous Xboxes, right? So
yeah,
like there were no exclusive. So can we agree that there were no exclusive games launched for the Xbox Series X and S?
There was none. Does agree. So then Halo Infinite,
wait,
Horizon 5.
Wasn't the Medium on only an Xbox Series X? No.
No, it was a time.
It was not a launch call. Like it launched like a year later, and it was on but it was not a launch. Like Xbox did not have any games at launch. Like I'm speaking specifically when it launched.
Okay.
Even when the Medium came out, when it did launch, it was on PC and it was on Xbox. And you could call it exclusive, but this was like already like 4 months after the console came out.
So Asha, wouldn't you say this is competing? So when Xbox announced they bought Activision Blizzard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it a week after Bungie was bought by Sony?
No. Well, sorry, when they after what Activision Blizzard? Okay, cool. I like that. I love that question, right? So I would agree with you if they went on to use Activision Blizzard against Sony. So let me ask you this question: did Microsoft use Activision Blizzard against Sony to compete?
No, they did not. But
so what was the leverage for me as an Xbox gamer if they bought Activision Blizzard? What did I gain that PlayStation gamers didn't have by Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard?
Game Pass, Call of Duty coming on Game Pass.
Okay, that's a fair point. So I could play Call of Duty if I was interested in Call of Duty on Game Pass, right? And then people on PlayStation can play it.
That's the only benefit. But like I said, I feel that
okay, cool. And I will concede to that benefit. And it added, especially for Call of Duty Black Ops 6, it added some benefit to Xbox. So I'll concede that. It's okay, cool. So that was competitive. That was one thing that they did competitively to try and attract. And again, the game is still available on PlayStation. It's still available on Xbox to buy as well. But if you have Game Pass, you can get it for free. So, okay, cool. So that was competitive. I agree completely. So that was a competitive move that they made, and it made them a lot of money for that year. I agree with you, Ken.
Okay. Yes. So I feel like Xbox, it was Bethesda at first. I really believe it was Bethesda at first that was what they were going to do to compete, because you had Redfall, you had Starfield that were already confirmed to be exclusive.
Okay, cool. So now my problem with that is very simple, is that two bigger games that were trending the year before were PlayStation's exclusives released by Bethesda. And that was Ghostwire Tokyo and what the fuck is that game with the black protagonists?
Deathloop.
Deathloop. Deathloop. Those games were both released on PlayStation exclusive, only came to Xbox like a year and a half later. And those games were just when Xbox bought Bethesda. Those games were still available on PlayStation, and this was like full saying, "Hey, you can have these games. It's fine. We're not gonna fuck you over. You can still keep." They could, if they wanted to, they could have just said, "No, we're not gonna release those games on your platform." But like, because the studio was bought before those games were released, and Microsoft, based on what Bethesda said, they could have bought those licenses out. If they could have said, "No, we want to."
There was a contract, and Phil Spencer said he would honor those contracts,
and which he didn't have.
This event, he didn't have. No, he could have broken it for sure.
He could have if he wanted to. He had enough money.
Yeah, he could have broken it for sure. But then the interesting thing here is that it actually would have probably affected the ABK deal, because Sony could point to them to being like, look, they broke a contract already, so all this 10-year Call of Duty contract is bullshit. And to be clear, that was actually one of the points that Xbox actually brought up, that like, we had all this contract, we didn't break it, so let us buy ABK. Just to kind of buffer that point, you're right, Sony did get these things, but Xbox got Hi-Fi Rush, Redfall, and Starfield as an exclusive from Bethesda. If they weren't competing,
of course, but like they bought this. Like this is
if they weren't competing, those would be the multi-platform. And number two, Phil Spencer said the reason why he bought Bethesda was because Sony was trying to take games away from Xbox, and he said, "Fuck you, I'm going to go buy them." And as we all know, they canceled the PlayStation version of Starfield. That is competition.
Well, for that time, okay, cool. So what did that?
Wait. What do you mean for that time?
What did that yield them? Like for that time?
See, again, you're talking about the conclusion.
But like, I mean, like, I'm just talking about
by your standards.
Yeah.
Dreamcast was never competing because it's failed.
Okay,
you attributed failure to competition.
Yes.
Okay. I guess we just fundamentally disagree. I don't think if you because for example, a child can study his ass off for a test and probably get a B, even though
we're not talking about a child.
Are you saying that the child didn't try?
No, Ty. Stop using analogies that have nothing to do with business.
It's analogous.
No, that like a child studying for a test and failing has nothing to do with Sony and Microsoft.
You don't see the analogy.
Making decisions that make them money.
You don't see the analogy.
Sorry?
You don't see the analogy.
No, like I don't see the point of the analogy that
You don't see that. You don't see that analogy in entity A, child or company, trying to do something and then
No,
failing. You don't think that's them
absolutely not.
trying?
Absolutely not, because I've had numerous discussions with you where we've taken the same road, and this
You
whole
suck, bro.
child analogy is silly. It doesn't like very simple, and I'll make this very simple. In terms of business, okay, cool. So what? In the bigger picture of things, in terms of business, what difference does that make?
I mean, they tried.
So the billion-dollar business tried and it failed.
Yeah, they tried.
So what are you telling me? So it's good enough for the billion-dollar business that's bigger than
The fact that you
10
think
times bigger
because
than
the
Sony
fact that you think
to
because
try
the
and
fact that you
fail?
think the fact that you think you have billions means that you always succeed is actually the interesting point here.
That's exactly the point. So you don't think if you have more money you succeed?
No, that's not how life works.
Don't. Okay, cool. So you don't think Sony's success was largely based on the fact that they had money versus Sony and Sega? Sorry,
Competence
Nintendo
and
Sega.
finance, yes.
Wait. So you do, okay? Just explain to me. So you don't think that Sony coming in from the entertainment industry with more money had any?
Hold on. Wait. It's not about obviously money is going to play a role, but the reason why I'm going to say Sony succeeded is A, they had technology, right? The disk,
What
the disk-based
technology is
drive.
that? Whoa, hold up. What technology is that?
The disk drive.
So Sega had the disk drive in 1991. They had already released a console that had a disk drive. They had released 3 consoles that had disk drives.
Okay, wait, hold on. This contributing points that the disk drive.
Okay.
They identified something that's not even about money.
What was that?
Which was that the industry was changing and kids were growing
what
up.
What is it that they identified that was changing? Can you materially
the gamers were turning into teenagers and they wanted to play more adult games?
So how does that materially mean anything?
And then they leveraged the music division to help them market these products.
So materially explain this to me. Don't explain
materially
it to me.
Explain what? Well, what does you understand?
No, because I want to understand, because we could say the same thing right now. Well, where gamers are transitioning, they're becoming more about like playing on cloud.
The medium was exclusive to this gen. I'm just so.
So like I want to understand, because again, like my point is that there's no way, and like this is my problem with what you're saying, is that you're trying to put a consistent sort of like theme to say, well, this is how you could have done this, and this is how I'm like saying no. There's very specific formulas in terms of like how the consoles wars have worked, and you have to follow those rules for you to succeed.
What do you mean, what rules? What rules did Sony follow? What are you talking about? Sony didn't follow the rules.
Very
Sony
simple. Like Sony was one of the guys that came in and created these rules. Number one,
Sony came in and said, "Here's some new tech, motherfuckers. Here you go." Oh, by the way,
what tech did they introduce that was new? Like you keep saying new tech. Sony didn't like according to you.
Do they get credit?
Wait. So was the PlayStation more advanced than the N64, Ty?
I don't know about that.
So what was the most? Where was the most advanced?
I think it had different. Wait, hold on. Let me answer your question. I think the N64 had different strengths. But for example,
tell me, where was
as you've clearly pointed out many times?
Yes, I've pointed
Final
this out.
Fantasy VII could not work on the N64 due to technological limitations.
So tell me, what was the most advanced game of the N64 and 32-bit era?
I don't know. You ain't have to tell me.
No, you the one that made it very clear which game that was. So I'm surprised.
No. I said no. I never said there was.
What was the most
game? I said innovative game.
Okay, so what was the most innovative game released at that time that we're still using mechanics from?
Mario 64.
Sorry?
Mm-hmm.
So Mario 64, on what system was that released?
N64.
Oh, okay. Oh, so the N64 is the most advanced game of that generation, Ty?
Which means best game of that generation? Like I said.
No, I said the most. You said the most advanced, the best, the game that defined the generation.
Innovative.
Yes,
I said.
You said that
hold on. Wait. I should just say that. What I said was like, the N6. I said Mario 64, Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, Golden Eye was genre-defining games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
so those are all genre-defining games. You said that the N64 had all the genre-defining games of that generation, right?
I never said they had all the genre-defining games.
No, but like I mean, if those games are genre-defining, were there games that define those genres more on PlayStation?
I think the N64 had more genre. I think it had more impact.
God. Oh my god!
Yo, guys, I gotta go get some dinner.
Oh my god! Yeah. Okay, so
I gotta go get some dinner.
Let's leave it. Like, so, Kenwo.
I appreciate y'all for having me. Oh my god, I love this shit.
Such this guy sucks, man.
I love this.
Can't debate, can't argue, can't do nothing. Like, you trash.
Yeah,
you try. Everybody watching me like, what the fuck is this dude talking about?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
How the hell you spend $80 billion on a on your company, and someone says, "Oh, you went competing, you didn't try."
Yeah.
It's all right.
Motherfucker said Starfield's exclusive. Motherfucker said here's Redfall. Motherfucker said here's all this. Here's Game Pass. Here's these massive losses on consoles.
Oh, okay.
Like, you didn't try hard enough.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we know what Ty is about. So Kenwo, like I've been watching a lot of your clips, man. Like, so just give me a roundup, like in terms of how your stuff works. Because I watched the docu. You sent me a link, and I watched it, and that was an interesting documentary.
Yeah, with Second Thought, right?
Yeah.
The Elon Musk. Like, I was really just sending you that I thought it was a pretty good video of how well put together it was, and we've talked about that stuff before.
But I also watched your clips because you've got a lot of like one
old
like
interview.
Yes, like you've got a lot of like, and I liked a lot of them. But you've got like a lot of those like shorts. Like you've got more shorts. Like just talk me through that, like in terms of like how your shorts work and what sort of shorts you put out. Because you've got a lot of that stuff, and I've watched a lot of that stuff from you.
Yeah, so all right, this honestly, the shorts come because they're easier to put out than full-length videos. So that's where the shorts come in. I can put something out, keep people relevant, because technically my channel is gaming news, but sometimes it gets busy. I get lazy, I'm not gonna lie. I can't keep up with. So the shorts, I can put out news that comes out within probably 5 hours of it being released. So that's why I put out the news. And then I like to put out like what I was trying new with that guy I interviewed, the game developer, is I want to get more insights in AI onto AI from game developers themselves, because there's a whole bunch of people in the game community talking and they don't know shit about it because they're not the ones in the trenches using it. So I thought it was really insightful. The dude came on. I was like, all right, can I record it? We did it. So I've been asking more people on my LinkedIn if they want to show up, but that's what I've been doing. I really want to get more into that. And then I actually live stream heavily on TikTok because that has a lot of people that come through. But yeah, that's my problem is I don't have a specific niche, and I've been trying to really focus on that.
Yeah.
With this AI angle, we'll see how it goes. But that's my biggest problem when it comes to YouTube.
So can I give you some feedback?
Yes.
I love your clips, your short clips. I think they get to the crux of the story. Because I watched a couple, and the one that I still remember like very, very well is the Crimson Desert one.
Yeah.
I love, and can I just do more reviews like that? Because I loved your review of Crimson Desert, like just saying, you know what, I played X amount of this game and this is what I got. I thought you did that so well. Like it touched, and again, like maybe not a lot of other people feel like this, but like I felt that like you really sort of like for me summed up. Like I was like, yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
Genuinely, that's what I connected with in terms of like, okay, I get where he's coming from with this, and yeah, like I agreed with everything that you said in those short little segments because you played the game and then you gave like a quick review, and I was like, I love that. I thought your quick review was awesome. I thought it like really hit all the points that I was looking for, like in a game review for it. And again, it's because it's a game that I don't care that much about. But your review actually was one of the reviews that I really sort of like. Okay, I've heard of the bigger reviews, but like this dude gets it. Like he touched on the things that like, okay, cool. These things are important to me in a game like this, and he sort of pointed out like these things are not like these are not the core mechanics of this game that I should expect as a guy that's looking for a game like this. So yeah, no, like that was very helpful to like your Crimson Desert like review / preview. I thought that was brilliant. I really enjoyed it.
I really appreciate that, bro. You don't know how much that means.
So I know, like, do another one. Do like whenever another game comes out, do another one like that. And then just link me to it. Like, I really think that shit was awesome.
Okay, awesome, bro. All right, fellas, I gotta get going, man. Cool, always love enjoying the conversation with y'all. I don't know anybody else in my circle who could do this, so I cherish this shit. I cherish this a lot.
So. Sorry. Thank you, Kenwell. Ty, you also on your way out. Ty, I'm surprised you have not done a video on the game we're looking at now.
Pragmata.
Sorry, not Pragmata. Sorry. I'm looking at this and thinking about another game. So Ty, like, let me just ask you this. So what's the game's name? Exodus. No. Exodus. They've got new footage out, right? And I know you focus on that, as well as this game. What's it called?
Pragmata.
No, not Pragmata. I'm thinking about the game. It's on beta right now.
Oh,
Expanse.
Cyrus Reborn.
Cyrus Reborn. So that's on. You can actually get on beta and play the game. There's a lot of people playing it right now.
Yeah.
Ty, when are we getting videos about these games? Because you are the default / Mass Effect guy that covers this stuff. No, he is like he gives you the best sort of like coverage. So I'm sure there's people waiting for this, like because these are two like for us Mass Effect fans, right? These are the two games that like we're looking really forward to. Is Exodus and this Expanse game, and they've both gotten like I think some sort of like a what is it, the pre-release program thing going on.
Yeah, so
when can we expect to see video from you?
I'm not too sure about a video on it yet. I kind of want like some story stuff that's gonna like catch my attention. I think the beta is more about people talking and just like shooting around. So nothing too like crazy yet. I actually haven't watched it. However, I have another Reddit page and I've seen them kind of talk about it, and some people they have some concerns with the game. To be honest,
that's what I'm saying. Is that like I think I would be, as a Mass Effect fan that knows what sort of Mass Effect fan you are, I would take your opinion more seriously if you actually like previewed these games. So
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
If you can get on Exodus and you can get on this, please get on them because they both have betas, I think, out. Get on those betas, play the games, and let us know what you think so far. Because I think I would be more comfortable. Because again, we've spoken about this. I would be more comfortable getting your opinion because I understand what sort of Mass Effect fan you are. So if you say this and this and this, I'll be like, okay, cool. This is a game I'm looking forward to because I want to buy both of these games. I've pre-ordered, especially because they put all their games on pre-order on Steam. The one from the Expanse guys. The other one I don't think is available yet on pre-order. But like, I want to understand, like, because you've been covering these games extensively. Like,
so what I'm gonna do. Because here's the funny thing. Actually, I've been playing games more than watching them and talking about them. Because I'm playing Replaced at the moment. So maybe when I finish that, I could get on the Expanse. I mean, I'll probably try and do both this weekend because I'm kind of free. I'm not doing anything much. But yeah, I'll look into it because I have been reading the reports and I'm like, okay, let me go watch a few videos and hear how the dialogue is like. Because people are kind of complaining about the dialogue a little bit. So yeah, I'll look into
which one? Which game?
The Expanse. They're saying that like the dialogue feels a little bit cheesy.
Oh,
yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I don't know what that person considers good dialogue, right?
Well, actually, there was somebody who was from Mass, like he never heard of the Expanse before, and he did it like a review, and he said like he likes the game, and he thinks that the game is actually gonna be good, but it was kind of like, it kind of feels cheesy, but he was like, I don't know if that's the that's how the universe is like. So he didn't say it as a critique, he just said as like, oh, I mean, it's kind of cheesy, but like maybe that's the universe. But a lot of people are kind of like, no, that's how the universe is like. And I've read all the books, and the Belters are like quite rude. They're quite aggressive. Like they'll tell you to like get like fuck off. And apparently somebody made a point that like instead of cursing at somebody like to fuck off, it was kind of like like leave me alone, or like, oh, you're so annoying. And it's kind of like, wait, whoa. The Belters are quite aggressive. Like they don't tell you in a nice way to fuck off to get lost. So there was like a lot of like discussions in the Reddit page about like, will they have enough time to even like change it and amend it? Because they said like, yo, listen, the beta is there for you guys to play and to tell us like what you think. So they've definitely heard this response, and they have 1 year to change it. So they have a decision to make.
Yeah, well, I'm saying you need to play the beta because, like, again, like we don't know these guys, we don't know what they like. So even if they put opinions out there, it's not going to mean anything to us because we don't know, like, if they like the same sort of Mass Effect experience that we like. But I'm saying, like, why? What is it like? Like, is there anything that, like, if like, because I want you to get on this because I want your opinion on this, as well as the Exodus. Like, so what's stopping you from getting on there? Like, what can we do to make sure that you get on there so you can give us your?
Yeah, you could buy me the pre-order beta version. You do that.
The thing is, like, it's not available. That's the thing. It's just you can just sign up. Like all they have right now.
No. They have there's a premium version. Like you can sign up, and I think there's a.
Like I'm on Steam. Okay, cool. What's the game? I'll buy it to you for you.
Don't buy it because I'm playing Replace, man. I gotta play that other game as well.
Replace.
Well, I mean, like I want you to play it. Like so.
That's my next one.
Replace,
I'm gonna do a review on.
I'm checking it out. I don't know if it's gonna be.
Well, I'm checking out. Wait. I'm just checking out Steam right now. What's the game's name? Give me the full name. It's
Osiris Reborn Exodus.
Osiris.
Ken, you had to go bounce, right?
And I've already. Ken, thanks for coming through, man. Like,
all right, sorry, I'll talk to y'all. I will talk to y'all, bro. Have a good weekend, fellas.
We'll do. Always, always awesome to have you here.
Yes, sir.
So it's on my wish list, dude. I don't see any. It's not giving me any option to pre-order or anything. It's just saying wish list.
Huh. I'm pretty sure those like to get to the beta you have to.
Yeah, just says wish list, follow, and I'm following and I'm wish listing but there's nothing here that says, okay, cool, you can buy the beta or whatever. Because I would really like to know your opinion before I
that's interesting.
decide whether or not I want to get into it.
I'm on the Xbox.
And then the other one is Exodus. Exodus, I don't even think has a.
No, Exodus doesn't.
Yeah, Exodus doesn't even have a fucking pre-order option. Like you can't even. You could add it to your wish list. That's it.
Oh, that's weird. I mean, that's how. I mean, people have to buy it. From what I remember, I think maybe you buy it on the the web page.
But like where, like my man, like which is weird. Like, wouldn't be the web page be Steam? Like, where else am I supposed to buy it if I'm not buying it directly from Steam? Like with I'll give you an example. With Baldur's Gate, right? Mm-hmm. You could just get even with Hades. You could just buy the pre-order version or whatever. There's no option here to do any of those things. Like I'm looking at it right now. Like it's like both of these games don't offer you any of those options. You can just wish list, and there's nothing that allows you to sort of like get the game. Like even if I had to buy the game for someone prematurely, I would definitely do that.
Beta is not open to everybody. It is a closed beta that requires you to purchase 1 or 2 specific founder packs. Miller's Pack or Collectibles Edition. So Miller's Pack is $80. Now, where do I buy Miller's Pack? Yes.
New post. Yeah, I'm also on that page, but like I'm not seeing anything here.
Where can I buy Miller's Pack? You have to go on the website. It says go to the official site above. Yep, that was right. Yeah, you gotta go on the website.
So at the Expanse website, no?
Yeah, I can give you the link. So you go on the
Please
website,
send me the link.
and then you become a. What'd you say?
No, I said send me the link. I'll.
Yeah, let me see. Private. Put in the private chat. Yeah, we should probably like sign off because people are just gonna be listening to nothing.
Oh snap! Shit, I forgot what. Guys, thank you for
Thanks
joining us.
everybody.
My bad. Sorry, we're
Bye.
talking shit. I've completely forgot that we're still online. Thank you for joining us. It's been an awesome show. Yeah, man. Like, we're looking forward to seeing you guys again. You guys make these conversations so awesome. Fuzzy, what does Fuzzy say? The medium was exclusive to this gen. Yes, it was, but it came so late in the game. Meanwhile, PlayStation had much bigger games. Fuzzy says Sony's pretty much all PlayStation and anime now. Everything else is gone. Well, I disagree with the it's all PlayStation and anime, because maybe it's just anime, but like there's not a lot of anime games coming from Sony. How many games are you getting that are anime games made from Japan and from Sony, Fuzzy? I don't think you're getting a lot
Wait,
of that.
Fuzzy, are you interested in the Expanse as well? Like, I mean, did you watch? Did you watch the TV show and did you play the not play it, or did you read the books? If you don't mind me asking before you bounce off.
Sony is
The
pretty
big,
much all PlayStation. Okay, cool. Where's that? Have a good
because I've
one.
been because like I do want to like I am going to check it out because obviously people have their
Yeah.
videos out. So I'm interested in the Expanse. For sure.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Because like,
Gonna,
have you watched the whole Expanse, like the series? Right?
I watched. Yeah, I watched everything. I thought it was.
Did you enjoy it?
I think it. I think the book is better. The book
Okay,
is
I've
definitely
not read
better.
the book.
Yeah,
I
the
had
books are definitely
problems with the
better.
series. Like, I'm a Star Trek, Star Wars. Well, no, not even Star Wars, but like Babylon 5, and it just didn't land with me. Like, I just felt like I was being forced to watch like a.
Oh,
I
it says
enjoyed
it
the parts
plans
on
on.
Mars.
It
The
says it
Mars
plans on
parts were
watching it.
interesting.
Yeah. I mean, watch it. I think it does well in the first couple of seasons. I think it kind of gets a bit iffy towards the end, but the books are great. The audiobooks are like amazing, and the
So,
author, he has a new book out as well, like a new universe, and it's pretty good.
So the thing with that dude is that like their books is not about aliens, right? Like it's more about human beings, trying to get along in
Yeah.
space, because
hmm
there's nothing about like, and that's the thing. Maybe that's is that
Do you
no, I
know
don't
what?
think.
I would actually say that I think I was watching more of Exodus, and I have to say, the more I watch of Exodus, the more I'm like, no, I think Exodus is actually the Mass Effect successor.
Yeah,
The Expanse
because
might have some of the themes that Mass Effect likes, like the RPG
yeah,
stuff, but also Exodus should have those themes as well. So I think Exodus is more of like a Mass Effect spiritual successor.
I can see where you're coming from with that. Because like the Expanse universe, like I think the aliens are like a virus or whatever, but like it's all about like human to human relations. Have you played Killzone?
No, I
So
played a little bit. Yeah.
yeah, so Killzone is literally about a war between humans on Earth and humans on Mars. And a lot of the moment I say that humans on Earth and humans on Mars, I think it sort of tells you the story of like, the Expanse, because that's what the Expanse is pretty much about, is about humans on like different colonies, specifically Mars, the Martian humans that have a specific dialect and language and whatever, and versus the humans that stay back on like the colonies and think on Earth, and etc. Ne?
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Without going into spoilers, it's very oh, I'm fuzzy, like a fuzzy. Ciao. Yeah, definitely play. You're into sci-fi RPG, so you're definitely gonna play it. It's good. All right, later, fuzzy. Thanks for coming through and chatting with us.
Yeah, man, we always appreciate you, Fuzzy. Fuzzy, Raichi, thank you for coming through. All our new, all our new visitors, like visitors, glad to have you guys as well. Yeah. So sorry, to finish up.
Um, are we going offline?
No, we're not offline. Let me
Oh, you
end.
want to still stay online? Okay.
No, we're good. So, guys, thank you for joining us. Looking forward to seeing you. We might do a show tomorrow. If not, the next show is on Wednesday.